National Security Advisor Ajit Doval reaching to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where he briefed Prime Minister for almost an hour, and Prime Minister took a close watch as far as the entire situation is concerned. Apart from it, we've been also told that the CDS Anil Chauhan went to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, and it was Rajnath Singh who was also briefed by the CDS, the Tri-Services Chief Sarat South Block over here, where we are reporting from, and they are very, very closely monitoring and giving directions to the armed forces as to how India is retaliating, and India is taking actions against the Pakistani violation of the troops. But yes, once again we have got confirmation from the Indian Army. Yesterday there were visual proofs that were given by the Border Security Force as well, that in a continuous operation there are terrorists which had been neutralized who were tried to infiltrate in the Indian territory. Today there were several such posts which were also completely destroyed in an action by the Indian Army.
Nazir, give us a sense of the damage on the ground where you've been reporting from, or what you've heard about damage in other areas near you.
Well, there have been targets, attacks and targets on defense installations, Avantipura and Srinagar Airport, or the Udhampur, which government has said it in its briefing clearly. There is damage to the infrastructure, soldiers also, and on the ground we can see there was heavy shelling through the night. Here in Kupara also, army clearly targeted Pakistani posts across the line of control here, but here on Pakistani side targeted both civilians as well as this innocent army installations. So this is something which is going on. The army has hit them hard. Pakistan has been trying to target innocent civilians. Many civilians have been killed. Many have lost their homes. I have been to some of those places where these people have lost their homes. They got injured, and all that has happened. This is something which nobody would want, that innocent people are targeted, but that is happening here in Jammu and Kashmir. We see people facing the brunt of Pakistani shelling here in Jammu and Kashmir in the border areas. But one thing important, while we have been covering this, we have never shown any troop movement or troop deployment. That we have been careful about to ensure that there is nothing when it comes to the operational secrecy of the forces, that is never compromised. And here on the ground we saw in Srinagar there were 3 loud explosions were heard. Nature of explosions is not known. What is the reason? What is the cause? But in the situation it has been happening. There was also sirens were sounded in parts of Srinagar. So fingers crossed what has happened. But the way we have been seeing situation unfolding in Srinagar, where we saw in Avantipura Air Base that they tried to target it, and there were 2 medical facilities and schools in both the places.
Yeah, Nazir, hold on a second. Let's quickly go across to Gurpreet Chinna as well. Gurpreet needs to move from that location, which is why I'm interrupting you, Nazir. Gurpreet, go ahead where you are. Tell us what's happening.
Well, we are reporting from one of the villages from district Firozpur. This is the Burj Makhan Singh village. Last night we are showing that how our forces, they are neutralizing missiles or drones in the air, and we have seen the one portion of some object has been seen here. तो क्या देखा आपने यहाँ पे? हम देख रहे हैं ट्रांसफार्मर के पास, आप हमारे साथ भी चलो अगर वहाँ पे।
ਇਹ ਨਾ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਰਾਤ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੀ 1:30 ਵਜੇ ਦਾ ਜੀ, ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ। ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਣ ਕਾਰਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਸੀ, ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਚਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ, ਤੇ ਜੋ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਖਿੜਕੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਕੰਬਣੇ ਲੱਗੀ। ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤਾਰ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਫਾਰਮਰ ਦੀ, ਲਾਈਟ ਆਫ थी उदों, तो तार टूटी हुई थी। तो जब देखा आने तो पैरों में अड़ा थे, ठुड्डा आया, तो देखा नीचे इतना सा पंखे की तरह था जो यहाँ पर पड़ा था।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था, हम देख सकते हैं। ये मैं अपने कैमरामैन साथी को कहूँगा तस्वीर दिखाई जाए तो क्या था वो, मतलब कोई यहाँ पे डैमेज हुआ, कुछ हुआ ऐसा कुछ?
ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹਵਾ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਖਾਲੀ ਖੋਖਲਾ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਡਿੱਗਾ ਜੀ
क्योंकि साथ में ट्रांसफार्मर था। कल हमने देखा कि 8 बजे के बाद पूरे शहर में ब्लैकआउट किया गया था। कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि अगर यहाँ पे टारगेट किया जाता तो शायद ज़्यादा नुकसान होता गाँव का।
बिल्कुल जी बिल्कुल ये अगर ये लाइट होती तो फिर क्योंकि तार 3-4 घरों में जाती है ये टूट के नीचे गिरी अगर ये लाइट होती तो ये ब्लास्ट करती बहुत ज़्यादा।
एक नौजवान है हमारे साथ, आपने वीडियो भी बनाई, आप दिखा रहे थे कैसे ऊपर से आया, क्या हुआ क्या?
एक्चुअली क्या है कि जैसे ही ड्रोन आया तो हवा में ही वो डिफ्यूज़ हो गया होगा और जो उसका लास्ट पार्ट था छोटा सा, वैसे केजी में तो आई थिंक 15 से 20 केजी का होगा वो, और सीधा यहाँ पे आगे गिरा। तो थैंक गॉड ये कि ये सीधा ट्रांसफार्मर के ऊपर आगे नहीं गिरा, तो यहाँ पे नीचे ही गिरा।
कोई गांव में कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ, कहीं किसी जगह पे कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ? अगर यहाँ गिरा कोई शीशे टूटे हो, कोई नुकसान हुआ है?
नहीं, हमारे इस गांव में तो कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ। एक्चुअली हमारे गांव से एक 10-15 किलोमीटर और गांव है खाई फेमे की, वैसे वहाँ पे ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है, हमारे इस गांव में नहीं हुआ।
तो वेल वी कैन सी दैट दिस इज द एग्जांपल हाउ आवर डिफेंस सिस्टम, इंटीग्रेटेड डिफेंस सिस्टम इज वर्किंग एंड we are able to even neutralize all the missiles and drones which are being targeted from Pakistan side. We are reporting from this border area where we have seen the people have seen some part of some object here, but there was no damage at all. Back to studio.
All right, we leave it over there. Gurpreet, keep coming back to all of you in a moment. India striking back hard, but there has been damage in India as well. There is a lot more information coming in what is clearly a very, very fluid situation.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Pakistan continues to provoke India through aggressive actions along our western border. Pakistan has used unmanned combat aerial vehicles, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter jets to target civilian areas and military infrastructure, hitting back hard after Pakistan's drone attacks across the western sector. India has carried out precision airstrikes on 6 Pakistan Air Force bases, which includes Murid, Rahim Yar Khan, and Pakistani military installations at Shukur and Chunia. A radar site at Pasroor and Saikot have also been targeted. Pakistan has been carrying out, remember, heavy shelling along the line of control and targeting civilian areas. Indian Army has effectively and proportionately responded. India's response has been swift and calibrated, is what the government is reiterating. Joining me on this broadcast is Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor. Also in the studio is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni. Vice Admiral Anil Chawla is joining us, and also Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh.
General Kulkarni, we were having a discussion prior to the broadcast. Let me take that forward for our viewers' understanding also. Today, for the first time in that official briefing, the participants led by the Foreign Secretary mentioned that Pakistani army is mobilizing and mobilizing to the forward area.
Absolutely.
What does that mean, sir? How would you put it in context for our viewers' understanding? So, mostly speak for the viewers.
Yeah. See, even from the point of view of the Pakistan army also, in view of they wanting to raise the morale of their own troops, because right now they seem to be on the back foot with 6 of their air bases virtually, put out of, I wouldn't say totally out of order, because they can't get them back in another 24 to 48 hours. So that's not a major. But a lot of these 6 air bases have been destroyed, resulting in the air supremacy part and the air superiority. We have the air superiority. To get the air supremacy, we have to suppress their air defense. Once the suppression of the air defense, destruction of the air bases would lead to the aircrafts being totally. Now the Pakistanis are worried that should that happen anytime, say next 24 hours or whatever that be so, then the defenses all along the LOC are going to get compromised. So might as well move in and occupy the defenses, because mobilization also takes for them 2 to 3 days, 4 days. So it might as well get into the defenses. Firing along from the LOC has been heavy. Pakistanis have been firing heavy. They were, for the first 10 days, they were with small arms, graduated to mortars and graduated to heavy artillery fire. We are also correspondingly increased our distinct to RT and mortar. Therefore, now is the thing to occupy the bases and look for an opportunity. Because at this point of time, Pakistan wants to raise the morale of their troops, that they're not on the back foot. Don't worry, we are at it.
So, A, this is a morale-raising exercise for their troops.
Yeah.
But B, as you are saying that they are covering their flanks. And C, but then it obviously raises the temperatures, because then it becomes a position where they are mobilized and we have not yet mobilized.
No. Even if we have not mobilized the troops all along the LOC, should they find weaknesses and just march in, the Pakistanis will be caught on the back foot. They wouldn't know what has happened to them, because rear areas are being destroyed. There's nothing along the LOC. So if the defenses have to be occupied, even if the rear areas get damaged, so they don't want their area to be compromised, and hence the mobilization to at least hold the front. If the front is also gone and the rear is also gone, then Pakistan collapses. So that is where they are aware that is may collapse, because the way we are getting on to their airfields being destroyed. Similar, more installations will go. If Pak raises the thing by hitting more, first day there were 16 odd targets they took on of ours. Second day they took 36. The third day 26. Almost 500 and about 600 of these, you can say, drones and missiles they used on the first 2 days. Yesterday another 200-300 of them. So about 1,000 of them. All this is they are also wanting to find out how do we react, how are we reacting, and in that reaction, because they've got Turkish drones now, if they've got Turkish drones also coming in, Chinese drones also coming in, none of them are working, and their suppression by us of destroying their air defense equipment is so large that the Pakis are now on the back foot. And what I understand, logistically also, the shortage of fuel is started off in Pakistan. So there is fuel shortage, there will be ammunition shortage. In this heavy firing, we'll find they will lose a lot of their communication bases. Plus cyber, they will be also now a victim of a cyber warfare. So if cyber, the air defense being destroyed, the air bases being destroyed, there's a lot that is now happening in Pakistan, and Munir now would want to hit back. And therefore, the troops might be also questioning, if you're losing, what about the front? Okay. The Indians might just go through the front. It will just happen like Bangladesh, just move in and occupy Dhaka. So that shouldn't be happening with the Karachi that they're looking at. Rahim Khan has been destroyed today. So Rahim Khan is not very far. So they know that the Indians can do it, and therefore they're worried.
Vice Admiral Chawla, what's your assessment of the situation of today? Particularly, we seem to be certainly going up the kinetic ladder. It is only escalating from both the sides.
Absolutely right. That's what the Foreign Secretary also mentioned, that it's Pakistan which is escalating. India has been very careful right from the beginning of this entire Operation Sindhu to clarify that first we are only attacking terrorist infrastructure, not even military infrastructure inside Pakistan, certainly not civilian infrastructure. It's then Pakistan that has further escalated it by attempting to attack military installations. And of course, in the process, because of their inaccuracy, they have also attacked civilian infrastructure in the beginning. Now, after we responded with targeted strikes on their military infrastructure, they're deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure, which we have seen the image that you're showing right now on the television. So, the fact is that they are the ones who are escalating, and they are the ones who need to de-escalate. And I think, as I mentioned earlier in your program, they need to come to their senses, because the Indian state has only used a fraction of its force against Pakistan right now. There's much more that is left. And a prudent person will step back from the brink, and I think that's what Pakistan needs to do.
Step back from the brink. But are the Pakistanis listening? Is the Pakistan military brass getting that sense is the big question.
Historically, it has taken at least a couple of weeks for it to sink into their brains. If you see any past conflict. And already, I think as General Kulkarni mentioned, fuel shortages are starting to emerge in Pakistan. They don't really have much capacity for ammunition and fuel storage. And so this bluster and the bluff that they are trying to perpetuate by sending UAVs and drones and random missiles, which have mostly been shot down, will come to an end soon. So I think the sum of the matter is that, as we are doing today, as the leadership is doing, we need to be resolute, and we need to ensure that we don't cede ground here, and that Pakistan realizes in a few days what its standing is. It's already surviving on a loan. I mean, yesterday it got a $1 billion loan, though of course that was not meant for defense purposes, but they've always misused whatever loans they had to either repay old loans from China or diverting them for quasi or military use. So I think in case they don't listen to reason and the rest of their lines of communication get blocked, principally from sea, because the aerial route has already been blocked by the Indian Air Force, then I think they will be in between a rock and a hard place. So that's why I'm saying that they need to step back now.
And Wing Commander Gitanjali, because of course it's an evolving situation, we have been constantly saying so, but the fact that India's civilian population is now being impacted, and how the homes being destroyed, we have lost administrative officer also of Jammu and Kashmir today. He has been martyred. It is not these are what is the collateral of a war. I mean, Pakistan has also targeted a school and a hospital. That's what the press briefing said. So India is emphasizing on those aspects while continuing to say that you are dealing with someone who doesn't really understand what's an exit route. The manner in which this war is playing out, it's only a dangerous path.
Yeah, I'll say you rightly pointed out. That is how our adversary has always been. That is how Pakistan has been. So to a response of India for a cowardly attack like Pahalgam, they have acted and reacted in targeting our civilian populations. And they continue to do so, whether it was escalation post-midnight. It kept on targeting our civilian, densely populated civilian areas, as well as when they've targeted military stations, they've targeted the Medicare centers and schools at both the places. A lot of collateral happens when a conflict is on, and that is what the results and on TV screen, the visuals that we are seeing. So yes, that's bound to happen, as well as when there's a lot of interception of aerial targets, like the UAVs, UCAVs last night. So it's bound to happen when it disintegrates, it falls. And yes, there are damages when it impacts any installation on the ground. So that is what has been happening. But yes, psychologically, when you see things falling apart from the sky and falling in this manner and making an impact on the ground, of course, for the population on ground, it is scary. But yes, we need to be together and take the actions as per the authorities are guiding us. However,
yes, General Kulkarni, our thought on the two men that India is being forced to deal with, not really deal with, but we do not see. Just look at those images. We'll be putting that detail out. You have Pakistan's new ISPR chief, who's the son of Osama-linked scientist, who had famously said, or should I say infamously said, jinns can make electricity. You're dealing with this man, and then you have General Munir. Both these men have taken their country down a very, very dangerous path, a point of no return, one would say. But the call that has been made by Marco Rubio to General Munir certainly emphasizes on the point that he is the man in charge, man in control of Pakistan right now, and the civilian leadership is completely inconsequential.
You're absolutely right. America, though a democracy, always believes in one-point contact. And they know in Pakistan, the only one-point contact is the chief of the army staff, Munir. Nobody else. However jihadi he may be, whatever he may be, he might take Pakistan down the lane, whatever it is. America knows one-point contact in Pakistan is Munir. Nobody else. We can say democracy, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is a point that many are emphasizing, and I've been trying to discuss this point while we discuss the credentials or the backgrounds of these men.
Yeah.
Of course, the ISI chief is General Munir's close aide. He is his man. He has put him in that chair. Look, General Asim Munir is a professional soldier. At the end of the day, you can call him a jihadi, you can call him whatever you wish to, you can call him a hardliner, a radical, but he's a professional soldier with obviously over 3 decades plus of soldiering experience, right?
Definitely.
So at the end of the day, he knows the consequences of his actions. He also knows the strength and the weaknesses of the establishment that he leads, which is the Pakistani military.
Absolutely.
He would also be acutely aware of the morale of his men and the wherewithal that he can actually bring to counter India's offense, if there were to be one. Now, under such a situation, what our co-panelist was rightly pointing out at this point in time, that it would take some time for the reality to sink in, but it would sink in. He's a professional soldier. At the end of the day, he knows the difference between a defeat and a win. And he also knows at what cost a victory and at what cost a defeat. So, do you think that this is, till now, this is buccaneering, brinkmanship that he has started some time back with his rather infamous speech about Balochistan? And he will go thus far and not any further from there on. Do you think that, or do you think, that he will continue this dangerous escalatory game come what may? What is your sense as a professional soldier? Make an assessment of General Munir.
See, Munir has sent his family abroad. So he is now all alone, knowing fully well what Pakistan can do and what Pakistan can't. He is addressing his, and they get impressed, influenced, their morale get raised by their religious indoctrination, be whatsoever. That's their way of doing things. Munir knows it, how far can he go? And all this brinkmanship that is attempting to do, he also at this point of time knows that his reserves are very low. Bajwa, when he handed over the command to him, told him very clearly he doesn't have fuel for the tanks. So he knows exactly where it is. ever since Bajwa has left, the economic conditions of Pakistan have further gone down south. So they haven't gone up. Much that they may have got the IMF loan, $1 billion yesterday.
Yeah, but they will not come to their account tomorrow, right?
Even the $390 million given by Trump to upgrade, maintain F-16s will also take 2 to 3 years. So it's not easy. The aircraft that he has are of the older block. The JF-17s are older block. The JF-10s are the new ones, but he doesn't have that much. The maintenance, the number of aircrafts that he has, which he can actually fly, are not even 50%. So he knows all his this thing, but he cannot now come up and say he's put his country into a real problem. Now,
like General Musharraf in Kargil?
See, General Musharraf in Kargil was another, he used that commando brinkmanship, ki I can do it, not realizing that he did achieve surprise. I will accept that Musharraf did achieve surprise, but he couldn't sustain the momentum, neither could he carry forward, and therefore the defeat. So just maintain, to begin with a surprise, thereafter you have to maintain that momentum. That he couldn't, and that is why Nawaz Sharif had to go to Clinton on the 4th of July and seek, almost surrender, please help. Similarly here, Rubio has already rung up Munir to tell him, partner, this is what we assess about you. Choice is yours. You break, don't come back to us.
Are you of the opinion then the Chinese have no role here?
See, 65 war, 71 war, Kargil war, the Americans' equipment is what the Pakistanis are using, and they were quite effective. Even in 65 war, the Sabre jets, the tanks, the Patton tanks that came, the man behind the machine mattered. The equipment came, brand new, the state of the art, but the men couldn't adjust. Similarly now, the drones are coming, the missiles are coming from China and Turkey, but it takes a long time for troops to get adjusted to that. So they aren't as yet adapting to it. But he thought that yes, the Pak army is fully trained, not knowing that the Pak army has taken a back seat in Balochistan. Every day losing even 10 men is a huge thing in war, almost at war. When that Fazlur Rahman is saying again and again that there are 5 to 6 provinces in Balochistan, they don't fly the Pakistani flag. He's saying that in National Assembly. So there's a lot that is happening, back foot in Balochistan, back foot with Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Here along, a lot of their own resentment within, a lot of officers, men not wanting to come back. So he knows his weakness, but he's showing that.
Bluster.
Yeah,
let me take that question that Maria actually raised to Vice Admiral Kumar. Vice Admiral, Maria raises a very important point. What role do the Chinese have here? Many would say, many neutral observers would say that today the Chinese influence on Pakistan is far greater, far more significant than Americans on the present day and age. Would you agree with that assessment, and would you agree that if Chinese were to be a willing party, a truce can come faster?
Firstly, I don't think India wants China to be any sort of a mediator. I don't think that is setting the cat amongst the pigeons. So that's the point number one. Secondly, as far as China is concerned, as far as the Pakistani armed forces are concerned, 83% of their arms were imported from China over the last 5 years. This is as per the SIPRI, the Stockholm Institute, which is a fact, including major arms systems, and many of them are on the way. One might ask, and I've done a paper on this, as to where does the money to pay all this comes from? And the answer really is the fact that the China-Pakistan economic corridor, in which China has invested over $60 billion, is one of the conduits in which the Pakistani state, read the Pakistani military, is giving several concessions to China. For example, running the Gwadar port is one of them, and many others, in order to finance their war machinery and get this investment from China. So as far as China is concerned, the role that China is today playing is principally, it is a principal supplier of arms and ammunition to Pakistan. Pakistan's reliance or dependence on the West has decreased considerably, as is evident from the current conflict as well. But China is very careful. Even in previous conflicts, China has never interfered or intervened directly on behalf of Pakistan. It's quite possible that they might be sharing intelligence or satellite imagery or things like that.
My question,
But,
Admiral, was
and-
slightly
and we've
different. My
supplied-
question, Admiral, was slightly different. But let me take that question to Wing Commander Gitanjali. My question is not about mediation, or my question is not about China's overt participation. What I'm trying to say is that China probably today wields far more or greater influence than it ever wielded in the past on the Pakistani military establishment. Because if you go by the Times of India of today, you know, they have seen how the Pakistanis have been completely rearmed to teeth by the Chinese. And therefore, my question is that if the Chinese were to wish peace between India and Pakistan, as they have expressed an hour back, there was a statement from the Chinese establishment which said that, you know, we request both parties to disengage. Do you think a peace would be possible faster? And particularly with the joint effort of the Americans and the Chinese, Pakistan could be made to see the reason? Of course, the might of the Indian armed forces would make them see the reason in some time to come for sure, as pointed out by Vice Admiral. But do you think that collaborative process can probably make them see the reason quicker?
Yeah, Nikunj, you've correctly pointed out that the Chinese influence has been increasing and has been more on Pakistan. And the exit route to all the escalation and all the ongoing scenario is actually diplomacy and continued effort and a common ground, which has to be offered by a third party, of course, whether it be US or China. But as you're saying, yes, the Chinese influence has been there. Providing a common dialogue or persuading for a common dialogue, of course, can be said that they can work out, because as sir also pointed out, the ongoing inventory as well as the joint programs that Pakistan has been continuing with China is actually making it more confident into these conflicts, to enter into these conflicts, and thinking about that backing they might have. So a common ground, of course, and the dialogue, if pressurized and routed through China, could maybe work out. But however, I would say that the prudence still lies on the man leading the missions. So in Pakistan, the scenario is not seeming to be dealt in a very prudent manner and a very thoughtful manner. They're already sitting on brink of their reserves and on the lookout of their inventories. So that needs to be reconciled and rethought about. The leadership there needs to
Wing Commander, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni here and Vice Admiral Chawla. Shifting focus to all the international reactions. Remember, in the last couple of hours, there have been series of phone calls that have happened. US Secretary of State has spoken to Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and Marco Rubio has said that India and Pakistan need to de-escalate. In fact, Dr. S. Jaishankar has put out a tweet as well regarding that phone call, and he has said that India's approach is always measured. And there is another meeting, or in fact a phone call again, which has happened between the Pakistanis and the Saudi foreign minister. What does all of these mean? Will it actually mean some kind of diplomatic outreach for de-escalation? We have Vishal joining us from the newsroom, and Global Times, Vishal, is also reporting of what the Chinese are saying. So in terms of calls, what are you picking up? What has been the larger essence of those calls?
Well, while both the countries' military, repeatedly engage almost every day, and that is mostly prompted by attacks from the other side of the border from Pakistan, there have been a lot of backdoor diplomacy talks going on, a lot of direct phone calls between leaders of these nations involved, especially between US and both the parties. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to both S. Jaishankar and the Pak Army Chief Asif Munir in the last 24 hours. The latest one was with S. Jaishankar, and as you rightly mentioned, India has clearly stated that India's response has always been measured and quite responsible. It all depends on how Pakistan retaliates, whether it wants to escalate or not. India has never been someone to escalate. India has made it quite clear. And as you also mentioned, that there have been other nations who are trying to allay some kind of reprieve in these desperate times. That Saudi foreign minister has spoken to the deputy prime minister of Pakistan and tried to de-escalate this tension. and also the fact that there was a visit by the Ministry of the Foreign Ministry of Saudi Arabia's top official was on a visit to both Pakistan and India in the last 48 hours. So that shows that countries across the world, Middle East, they're trying to address this situation and trying to de-escalate the tensions. But it all boils down to Pakistan right now, how it responds, because the escalation has clearly been from that side.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the de-escalation has to happen and it has to begin from the Pakistani side. They are the aggressors in this war-like situation that India and Pakistan are at present. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us. We are slipping into a short break and we'll be back in just a few seconds with all the news and updates. In fact, there's a piece of news that is also coming in from Pokhran. We'll get details of that in just a bit. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles.
Government's special briefing on Operation Sindoor. Government says responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation. India hit targets at multiple Pakistan air bases, is what the government has said. Government of India reiterates that Pakistan actions are provocative and escalatory. Pakistan is trying hard to hit multiple air bases in India. India successfully debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. Government says that Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases show zero damage. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to Dr. S. Jaishankar. Rubio says India-Pakistan need to de-escalate. External Affairs Minister responds by saying India's approach has always been measured and responsible. fact, news just coming in that Pakistan appears to be firing drones in the range of Jaisalmer, Falodi and Pokhran. Explosions have been reported from Pokhran. These appear to be some activity. In fact, there is appearing to be some activity now near Jaisalmer and Pokhran. Red alert has been sounded in this entire range. People have been asked to stay indoors. So escalation certainly happening now in Rajasthan. Remember, there were explosions which were heard this morning, but now it is in the range of Pokhran. Pokhran, the significance of that place, Nikunj?
Can't be lost. That is India's nuclear testing site, and that's where the India has successfully tested its last nuclear device under the charge of Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And therefore, Pakistan knows that. And that's why these drones are near to Pokhran and in the larger area of Jaisalmer. Quite clearly, if this activity is happening now, Maria, this means that the daytime ingress of the Pakistani aerial devices has increased, because previously what we have been seeing is that towards the early evening or latter part of the evening, the ingress from the Pakistani side was more or majorly done. Now, if you are seeing daytime activity of the drones, either they are probing drones which are probing our defenses and our reactions, or Pakistan is upping the ante and making it a 24-hour cycle of aggression.
Okay, let's bring in Harsha, who's joining us from Ground Zero. Harsha, give us the details. I mean, it did not, daytime activities, as Nikunj was pointing out, there has been lull largely during the day, and only post the sunset that aggression began and violation along the LOC. But this provocation is continuing even during the day now.
Well, yes, absolutely, because, very unusual for Jaisalmer that they were all asked to go home and shut shop, literally. So you can see behind me, all shops are actually shut, and the city is actually practically empty except for a few media teams which are out reporting. There is announcements also coming in from, the administration which is patrolling the area, asking everyone to go home. And just before this, we heard, that there were people called us from Pokhran and told us there were definitely some explosions which were heard there. So the activity is around in this belt, very close to Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi, Mohangarh, this area. Sitting here, I could also hear explosions in the distance, which is, though we of course couldn't see anything. So yes, like you're saying, sort of some kind of activity has started in the daytime. There was definitely some kind of alert that was sounded. That's why suddenly, in the day, we were told that Jaisalmer has to shut down, so all shops have shut down. Barmer has to shut down, so there's a red alert for Jaisalmer and Barmer. In fact, I was talking to a senior police official also who said that you will be stopped before you enter Jaisalmer. But as of now, I was allowed to come back into the city. So yes, there is a sense of high alert here, and definitely explosions and sounds being heard in this range. There is some kind of an activity that's going on here.
Harsha, explain to our viewers how far are you from the international border, because the state that you are in has complete international border. There is no line of control or working boundary or whatever, anything like that. That's clear, quite well demarcated international border with a fence. India completed that fence in the late 90s, and that fence exists. And therefore, explain to our viewers how far as crow flies, the distance between you and the international border is, and how far in your rear from the international border all of this activity is taking place. 20 kilometers in your rear, 30 kilometers in your rear, or in what kind of a geographical spread you are talking about in the border areas of Rajasthan between Jaisalmer, Barmer and Pokhran. Please explain in detail.
Well, yes, the Jaisalmer, Pokhran and Barmer are the three border towns on this 1,000+ kilometer long border that Rajasthan shares with Pakistan. And it is completely fenced. In fact, like you said, it's a fenced border where there's a constant vigil by the BSF. Now, these border towns are definitely in the line of, should I say, aggression, because they are the last outposts. I am in Jaisalmer, which is about 150 kilometers from the border. as the crow flies. So definitely a sense of alertness here. And the border towns of Barmer, Jaisalmer and Pokhran have also been known for their importance to India and to India's military. Everybody knows that. So obviously these are very, very sensitive towns in that sense. Now, there has been, like we were discussing, there has been activity in Jaisalmer, in these areas. I just came back from a field in Jaisalmer where last night at about 4 o'clock in the morning, a drone came in with a projectile which actually caused a crater in the field, and there was a loud explosion and the lights could be seen all around. Now this was about, again, a little more towards the border, a little away from me. So I would say about 70-80 kilometers from the border is where this happened. And, that projectile is now lying in a field. The army is, of course, retrieving it. But it was designed to cause harm. And even now, as I'm standing here, there is behind me, if you can hear the sounds, there is a police vehicle that is going around the city and asking people to go indoors. So the sense of alertness is quite high. The sense of, preparedness is also quite high. The administration is taking no chances because, remember, like I was saying, we are about 150 odd kilometers from the border with Pakistan as the crow flies.
Let's shift focus now from Jaisalmer to the power corridors in New Delhi, where a series of meetings are continuing. Aishwarya is now reporting that there is a high-level meeting which is currently taking place at 7 LKM, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's official residence. 3 service chiefs, all the tri-services chiefs are in attendance there, and the CDS and also the National Security Advisor is present. This, of course, comes an hour and a half after that crucial press conference, which was chaired by the MOD and Ministry of External Affairs, where details of what happened in the early hours of today was shared. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya.
Well, multiple meetings are going since morning, and these are strategic in nature. What we have been told this morning was a National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, briefed Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at his residence for almost 1 hour. Post that, we have seen the 3 service chiefs in a huddle at the South Block at Ministry of Defence. And now it is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has reached along with the CDS, NSA and 3 service chiefs as well. A high-level meeting is underway. A press conference was done, and a brief details of how India is retaliating to the attack on India's air bases by Pakistani, and the proofs had been given as well. The Border Security Force also giving the visual evidences and proofs that clearly states that how there is, in all likelihood, possibility of infiltration bid as well. All the armed forces have been kept on alert, and certainly a high-level meeting currently underway at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, where NSA Ajit Doval, it is CDS Anil Chauhan, and all 3 service chiefs are also present. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was briefed by the NSA this morning, and now all are briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi about current situation and how India is going to take further actions against the Pakistani establishment.
Aishwarya, I know it's a tough situation to report on and from. I also know that these meetings are highly secretive in nature. But after each meeting, are you getting some sense of what are the discussions inside? What is the government planning to do? Are these meetings more in nature of protecting the Indian civilians from the Pakistani assault, or are they now veering towards an assault position also that Government of India wishes to take? Because today, for the first time in the official press briefing also, there was a mention of the Pakistani mobilization towards the forward areas. Military experts have tried to decode it and put it in some context, but obviously that context may not be the context or the prism that the Government of India may be seeing it from. So, is there some sense that you are getting from these meetings, the meetings chaired by Raksha Mantri or the Defence Minister on one side, meetings chaired by the Prime Minister, and then meetings chaired by the Home Minister? Is there some dribble of information that you are able to collect and that you can share with our viewers, or it will all remain in the realm of speculation?
Well, these meetings are very secretive in nature, of course, strategic as well. But one thing is very clear that we have got from our sources within the Prime Minister's office as well, that Prime Minister has given free hand to Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister has reiterated that he believes in full professional capabilities of Indian Armed Forces, and whatever decision our forces will take in retaliation to Pakistan's aggression, it will depend on them, and completely the government, the dispensation have left to them. Of course, it is because the leadership plays a very important role at such situations. We are witnessing on a daily basis, and now this is a regular, this is happening regularly, that first the armed forces holds their own review meetings, their own directions are being set by the armed forces. A separate meetings takes place early morning at the South Block, where all the three service chiefs comes. They decide on what direction the armed forces want to go, and later it is briefed to the defense minister. Also, the final note comes from the Prime Minister, as he is being regularly monitoring the situation. Yesterday I have been speaking to some very senior officials from the government. They have categorically stated that the Home Minister, Defense Minister and Prime Minister is very, very closely monitoring every situation day and night. And after the nod being given from the top leadership, it is the action that is being taken on the part. But India is very clear on their side that India will not be on an aggression mode. They are completely defending our territory, the sovereignty of the country, and for that, whatever they wanted to do, Indian Armed Forces have given free hand, and therefore the reason perhaps early up in the morning at the South Block when the meeting concluded, now we are witnessing this high-level meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's official residence.
All right, Ash, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus now to Jammu and Kashmir. That's where Shivarur and Nazir Masoodi are joining us from. Shiv, just minutes ago, we heard you were reporting that there were explosions heard in Srinagar. You were reporting from right near the Dal Lake. Has the situation changed in the last 45 minutes? Just hold on to your thoughts. Let me introduce other
Maria, it
reporters as
actually
well.
hasn't changed.
Shiv,
because,
I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us, also Ghazali at this juncture. Please go ahead, Shiv.
The situation hasn't changed, Maria. We heard a couple of explosions just about 45 minutes ago. We've learned from our contacts in the security agencies that this was, like we'd heard in the morning, another air defense engagement of what could be some kind of a projectile. We don't really know, a loitering munition or a drone of some kind, possibly over Budgam airspace or beyond, or near the Srinagar airport. This would make it the 16th or the 17th such engagement just today in Srinagar. Remember, there was no mention at all of the nature of the air raid, as it were, in Srinagar from the press conference that happened a short while ago. But one of those drones that was intercepted right in the middle of one of the most populated parts of Srinagar, around the Dal Lake, is right here. And I've just sent a report that will be on air very, very shortly. It crashed right into the Dal Lake. It's been taken for forensic analysis. I am told it was a loitering munition, but to think that it came so close into Srinagar and it was intercepted just maybe a kilometer or a kilometer and a half from here, only to crash into the Dal Lake, just shows you the extent to which Pakistan is probably going to send offensive lethal weapons into highly populated areas of India's cities. Remember, Srinagar was #1 in that list of 15 cities where that initial drone wave was sent. But clearly, if we're hearing explosions just 45 minutes ago, that modus operandi hasn't changed at all. So the answer to your question is no, it doesn't look like the aerial assault in either direction is stopping anytime soon.
Shiv, I asked this question to an expert, to a former Air Force official. Now I'm asking this question to you. In the past few days, what we had noticed is that after the dark, the principal bulk of the Pakistani aerial activity, any kind of aerial ingress, was beginning. Now, it's also happening during the day. You are reporting, and so is the same fact being reported by Harsha from the Rajasthan sector. So quite clearly, this is now becoming a 24-hour assault kind of a situation. And it looks like that there is no holds barred, when it comes to the timings at least. And this seems certainly to be then escalatory in nature, only climbing up. Would you agree with that?
I'm so glad you said that, Nikunj, because last evening when we reported that the first daylight and daytime ceasefire violations using artillery had taken place in Kupwara, Poonch and Uri, that's exactly what struck me. You know, something has changed after 16 days to see what has otherwise only been confined to either the pre-dawn hours or the late night hours. Even India's initial retaliation, Operation Sindoor, happened, just after 1 in the morning. This time, like you're rightly saying, today's wave of drone strikes, unlike the two previous ones, are again happening during the day. The damage we've seen in some places like Jammu and Samba, etc., what we're seeing over Srinagar today clearly shows that these are, air assault operations that have been launched, after sunrise. I think the reason for that may not be that something has qualitatively changed in terms of weapon usage or that the surprise element is over, even though that is one very, very important aspect of it. The surprise element has evaporated. India knows that those drones are coming, so the advantages provided by darkness and night are no longer there. But beyond that, I had a very interesting expert view from someone I asked this exact question to earlier today, and they said the window of engagement, there's a metric called window of engagement that the Pakistan army and any military really uses when it is trying to execute offensive action on the other side, and that has actually shrunk. So Pakistan no longer has the luxury, Nikunj, for waiting for a 24-hour cycle for darkness in order to effect that next attack, because India has heightened the intensity and frequency of its retaliations. So Pakistan has to act now, and if that has to happen in daylight, then so be it. So that answers that question.
Okay, so it's like this, that make good while the sun shines, literally, because you know that the defenses are up, and offensive from the Pakistan will also offensive from India, I beg your pardon, will also be continuing. Let me also go to our other colleagues now. Nazir, I was asking you last time, when did you see such an intensity and scale of offensive from Pakistan in terms of bombardment? You said it was quarter of a century back. What has qualitatively changed from that time to this time? Are you seeing more civilian areas being targeted, larger populations being impacted, or are you seeing a more robust response from Indian side?
And on the screens are also the visuals of people abandoning their homes and moving to safer areas. Very, very, disturbing images coming in. People forced to leave their homes as this shelling continues. Please go ahead, Nazir. I was just speaking on the visuals.
Well, Nikunj, as we report, I talked earlier that it was in 98 or 2001 when I saw this type of magnitude of this artillery shelling along the line of control. But this is essentially a war without it being declared as a war. When you have the main military installation or the air bases being targeted here in Srinagar, in less than 24 hours, you have 3 attempts on Srinagar Air Base or the Avantipur Air Base. Just as Nikunj was mentioning a while back, there were at least 2 to 3 explosions. Nature of explosion is not known. We'll wait for the official information and the confirmation. But there were loud explosions, and if we see the earlier instances, they were targeted at the Srinagar Air Base. And what government has said in its briefing, there was a damage not only just to the air base, but also school there for children. Healthcare facility at both Avantipura Air Base and Srinagar Air Base, they have been targeted, they have suffered damages. And then we talk about, Udhampur, there was a damage and also the government has admitted there's some damage to it. It comes live soldiers also. Number of soldiers who may have sacrificed their life is not known. But Pakistan clearly has suffered a great deal of damage. Its air bases, its military infrastructure, it is posts across the line of control, which army has, actually released videos showing how their bunkers, how their positions, how terror, launch pads have been targeted by the army, by the forward posts, and all they have been captured on camera. to show what extent of damage. But also it has to be seen what would be the response of Pakistan if the attacks would again start from those bases. That would show the extent of the damage which they have suffered in Indian retaliatory action. But over the last 3 days, we have been seeing it is only escalating. India has today clearly said that they don't want any further escalation, but it would provide it. Pakistan doesn't escalate things, they want things to settle. So first thing India had said, the first escalation was attack on innocent tourists on April 22nd, when 26 innocent people were killed. What followed was a retaliation against a person on terror sites, and then on military installations when Pakistan tried to target our military installations. But the way things are unfolding, whether it is Jammu, where civilian areas are being targeted, where it is Poonch, Rajouri, where innocent people, including an officer who was on duty, he died in the line of duty, sacrificed his life. Or the people living in Tangdar, Uri, Machil, Keren, all have become the victim or the target of Pakistani shelling. So it is just going on. People living here in these areas are hoping things calm down. But the way things are going, I'll tell you, yesterday I spoke to the person who lost his home to a Pakistani shelling. But he was saying he's more pained when innocent people were killed in Pahalgam. And he said house may again be built. So that is the sentiment on the ground which we have seen from April 22nd by the people in Kashmir here. But the fact is, the way things are going today, it has never been seen before. It is in many ways worse than 1971, because in 1971, Srinagar airport, they could not target it like this. But the way India's integrated air defense system has worked, it has neutralized most of the target attempts by Pakistan. That is something they must have understood what it means. And then there's a lot of propaganda, what they have done this thing. And if you see what Pakistani media is spreading and how they want to create communal discord in India, that is most horrible thing to see. That's why when they actually targeted Gurdwara, they targeted Madrasa, they targeted a temple in Poonch, yet they have also say, India has itself targeted this Gurdwara. So, but will they answer who killed Maulana Muhammad Iqbal and who targeted Madrasa when their shells hit in Gurdwara, in Poonch, therefore yesterday. So it is something, and today 5 innocent people, among them just 2-year-old baby, Arsha Noor, was killed in Pakistani shelling in Poonch. So that is the kind of, barbarism and the shelling which is actually killing innocent people in Jammu and Kashmir. They continue to bear the brunt, but this time there's escalation, and the military targets, particularly the air bases from Pathankot right up to Srinagar, Avantipora, even in Leh, they have been targeted in last 24 hours.
Yes, and lots of details now coming in of the detail of terrorists that have been killed in the Indian strikes on 7th of May. Remember, 7th of May is when Operation Sindoor began, and we have been saying that this is an ongoing operation. We'll be breaking those details in just a bit, but a word from Ghazali, who's joining us from Poonch. Ghazali, the district administration has issued advisories. What all does it include?
See, both in Poonch, in Kathua, in Rajouri, from where I'm reporting, the district administration has issued advisories to people, generally because these 3 districts are in the firing line from shelling by the Pakistani side. So people have been advised to stay indoors. They have been advised, the lowest story buildings have been advised to put sandbags in front of on their windows, on their top of the rooftop, because most of these houses are taking the hit from the Pakistani side. And you see behind me all these vehicles moving. These are the people who are leaving the city area from Rajouri district and are moving to safer places in Jammu or even towards Punjab, the districts which are located far away from the either line of control or the international border. So right now, all the hospitals, all the other commercial establishments are closed across these 3 districts and other districts which are located near the LOC or near the international border, and people are migrating from here expecting that perhaps Pakistan will, or both sides will de-escalate or the situation returns to normal.
All right, Ghazali, since you're moving from one district to another and you're saying that schools are also shut, education institutions shut, shops shut, advisory is issued for the residents to move to safer places. Is there a sense that, as we have been asking other reporters also, that daytime ingress is continuing, that is only going up? What you saw 24 hours ago to now, earlier it was during the night or post sunset. Now it has started even during the daytime.
See, Maria, the pattern keeps changing since 7th of May. When we visited Poonch, they were saying, the people over there said that perhaps heavy shelling happens after sunset in the dark hours. But what happened today in the morning here in Rajouri, which also unfortunately killed one of the senior officials of the district administration, this happened at around 5:30 to 6 in the morning, which is rarely expected as far as shelling is concerned. So every day the intensity is increasing, and that is what has kept the people in fix here, that whether to stay in the district or move to other location, because Pakistan is indiscriminately shelling the civilian establishments here, the residences, and the range of those, most of the location here in Rajouri and Poonch district comes under the firing line in that entire area. So a lot of people have moved from here, and after a couple of casualty in the district, people are now thinking hard that they have to leave, else if the situation escalates from here onwards.
All right, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, government sources have now released a list of some of the terrorists who were killed in the Indian strikes on 7th of May. We can put out their names now. These are top 5 terrorists who have been killed, and their affiliation with the Pakistani military cannot be missed. Mudassar Hadian Khas, associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, was in charge of Markaz Taiba Muridke. Remember, one of the shellings, one of the strikes which happened by India was in Muridke, and he received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistani army. A serving Lieutenant General of the Pak Army and the IG of Punjab Police, in fact, attended the prayer ceremony. So you
cannot go higher than that. The Inspector General is the head of the civil police there, and the Lieutenant General obviously is the boss of the entire Pakistani army formation in the Punjab area. So that's the highest military and civil engagement with the funeral of a terrorist that the government sources are now indicating, clearly put out. In fact, on that, Indian Foreign Secretary actually had put out a picture showing the engagement of the Pakistani military and the police with such funerals. Now they have also given out details that we are now putting out for our viewers. These are very important details just to point out the fact that how closely Pakistani civil and military establishment is intertwined with organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba. Remember, a globally proscribed UN-sanctioned terror organization, and some of the terror masterminds carry huge bounties in a special program that Government of United States of America, Federal Bureau of Investigation runs, called the US Rewards Program. Some of them have bounties stretching up from $5 million to up to $25 million. So, and with such terrorists, the engagement of the Pakistani civil and military leadership is crystal clear, as is now being put out by the government sources, which we are now breaking out for our viewers. Pictures of this were shown to the larger world, International Committee of Nations, and our own population by none less than the Foreign Secretary of India in the briefing that he did some time back. So quite clearly, you can see that how closely the Pakistani establishment and these terror groups are intertwined. In fact, for a long time, I have actually called them the extensions of the Pakistani establishment, Maria.
In fact, Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, he was the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He was actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for Jaish-e-Mohammed. Then there is another name, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, associated again with Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled all the weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was wanted in the IC-814 hijacking case. IC-814 hijacking, a word on that, and the role of Jaish-e-Mohammed in that hijacking episode.
I mean, that's probably the last time that our civilian airliners faced that kind of threat. And Pakistan was actively engaged in it. It was completely clear to the world that Pakistani establishment was completely backing those terrorists. Jaish-e-Mohammed's boss, who actually formed Jaish-e-Mohammed, Maulana Masood Azhar, after coming out of Indian prison, was released during that hijacking, that infamous exchange of terrorists, for which the government of India was also panned by certain quarters. But remember, at stake was also lives of nearly 200 innocent civilians, passengers of that ill-fated aircraft or flight IC-814. Jaish-e-Mohammed and remember, Maria, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba are two pincers of the extensions of Pakistani establishment. Whenever there is heat that builds up on Jaish-e-Mohammed, Pakistan starts to prop up Lashkar-e-Taiba in the eyes of the global fraternity, in the sense of as a terror group. When the heat builds on Lashkar, then the Jaish is given that frontline role. So Pakistani establishment has very conveniently used these two terror groups for training, attacking, and blackmailing, siphoning off legitimate funds and manpower from all kinds of legitimate sources. This is not only our complaint. This is the complaint of the Pakistan's eastern neighbors also, like Iran, that these are the terror establishments being backed by Pakistan actively.
And since we have highlighted that aspect, that how intertwined the equations between the terror groups and the Pakistani establishment has been, another name here is Khalid.
We should actually put out that picture on our screen for our viewers that Foreign Secretary himself displayed in the briefing day before. So if our desk can do that, put out that picture that the Foreign Secretary was holding in his hand. That picture, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Alongside this information will make it absolutely clear to our world, the world that is watching the broadcast of NDTV, and our population, that how closely intertwined these two are. Actually, according to me, extensions of the Pakistani military establishment, these terror groups are.
So Khalid Abu Akasa was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, he was involved in multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. His funeral was held in Faisalabad, and it was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. Moving on to Muhammad Hassan Khan, he was associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, played a key role in coordinating terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. He was son of Mufti Asghar Khan, operational commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed in POK, which is Pakistan Occupied Kashmir. This is coming in by way of government sources, but important aspect, as was pointed out by the Foreign Secretary, that these funerals were post the strikes carried out by India on Murid Ke and in Bahawalpur, which were the headquarters of these terror groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. When the funerals happened, it was attended by top officials of the Pakistan Army and also the IG of these range. This happened in Punjab, so it was IG of Punjab Police who attended the prayer ceremony.
So essentially the civil and the military leadership both were present, as if honoring some sort of, as if that's the picture. That's the picture Foreign Secretary holding in his hand, showing how the final prayers of those killed in the Indian assault are being led by a full contingent. I mean, there's not a small detachment, Maria. There's a full contingent of military men wearing military uniforms. They're not hiding away. They're not hiding any which way from the public glare. There's a Pakistani military component, and then there is Pakistani police component. And I am quite sure that this is only one such picture that the Indian state has displayed, which Foreign Secretary himself displayed to the entire world. And I'm quite sure that many such pictures, since you are putting out those details of Faisalabad and other places also, I'm quite sure that many such pictures would be in the custody of the Indian state, where this close proximity of Pakistani terror groups and Pakistani establishment, both military and civil, would be on full display, as is there, as the Foreign Secretary very dramatically pulled out that picture that day during his briefing and put it out for the entire world to see. And these are terrorists who, as I said, have been globally proscribed, have been globally banned by multiple countries, and they carry large bounties on their heads under a special US rewards program run by the Federal Bureau of Investigation called the US Special Rewards Program. Bounties stretching up from 5 million to up to 25 million. So quite clearly a very clear nexus of Pakistani establishment and terrorist groups running and having headquarters in Pakistan out on display.
Air Marshal Ahluwalia, former Chief of Western Air Command, is joining us. Air Marshal Ahluwalia, details coming in, and what is becoming increasingly clear, as Nikunj was saying, that these terror groups were essentially an extension of Pakistani military, and the fact that during their funeral, senior officials of generals and IGs are in attendance means a lot. I mean, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. We are looking at those visuals as well.
Yes, certainly. It is only a reaffirmation of what goes on in Pakistan. We all know, and it's an open secret, that the Pakistan deep state is actually running these terrorist organizations like JEM and LET. So therefore, this is once again reiterating and confirming what I think the world needs to know. And then what is happening now is they've led us into a situation where the two sides are an absolute, they're facing each other, ready to go into battle subsequently. We are at a very critical stage now, especially after the Pakistanis have hit, all our places, civilian organizations, civilian establishments, civilian residential areas with, these UAVs right across the LOC, and even places like Amritsar and places like Jammu, which have been very hardly hit. They've also tried to hit our bases. In some places, I don't think they have achieved any success, because the air defense setup that we've got has been very, very efficient in shooting down, I would say, these drones. These drones are not easy to shoot because they're very, very small. They hardly contain, they cannot cause very much damage, but they can be a nuisance value, like you see, in the Palestine conflict. But notwithstanding that, what do we do now? We have reached a stage where we are firing missiles at them. Missiles in the sense that we're firing missiles from the air, airborne platforms, and missiles from the ground, like BrahMos. Now, these are deadly weapons. So we've got into a situation as to who is going to blink first. And this is only going to go to the next step, to the next step, to the next step. And I only see the future here where we have to make sure that the Pakis bend their knees. Otherwise, the objective of teaching them a lesson as far as terrorism is concerned is going to be way off, because they're going to repeat it again and again and again. The Pakistani army.
Marshal Ahluwalia, let me ask you a question, which many people with non-military background, people like us and general population of the country, would be thinking about. We've seen a swarm of aerial ingress from Pakistan in the form of drones, sometimes in the form of fighter jets, sometimes in the form of other aerial objects. You can probably better classify each one of them. What is the objective? You are saying that they're not carrying too much of explosives. Are these swarms of aerial objects trying to test our defenses? Are they trying to unnerve the defenders of Indian borders? Are they preparing for something bigger? If you can explain for my viewer, if you can explain for our viewer, NDTV's viewers, as to what is the objective of this entire exercise. Is it to carry large-scale damage? Is it to demotivate the local populations? What is the principal objective? And if you can elaborate on that, sir.
All this is basically a retaliation of what we did after 22nd April at Pahalgam. When we struck them, the 5 terrorist launch pads across the POK, and 4 in the heartland of Pakistan. Now that was the starting point. Firstly, of course, the starting point was 22nd April, Pahalgam. But over here, we were able to use the kamikaze drones like the Heron and the Herpes, which actually delivered devastating damage to the infrastructure, the training areas, the habitats of all these terrorist organizations like the JEM and the LAT. Now they have to react to that because much of it is political. The very existence of the deep state of Pakistan, vis-a-vis the Pakistan ISI and the Pakistan Army, is based on anti-India stance. Now, if they do not react, then they're finished politically. They're not going to let this happen. So all this is nibbling at the moment. The question is, how far are they going to nibble and irritate? I think this is mostly, more than anything else, irritation. Notwithstanding, unfortunately, a few people on our side losing their lives. And what's more, they are actually breaking the rules of engagement by hitting civilian areas. Very unfortunate, especially those people who are living on the borders, on the line of or close to the LOC. They are suffering tremendously in terms of their infrastructure, their buildings, their habitats, but very importantly, their lives as well. So therefore, this has been a retaliation, which they had to do some sort of retaliation. Now the big question is, are they going to leave it at this? Are we going to leave it at this? Are we going to use our platforms, aircraft, to fire missiles with devastating effect? Or are we going to use our UAVs with devastating effect? And if this continues, if the Pakistani army gets into it, I don't think they'll do anything in the LOC because the terrain is terrible. The terrain is no good for offensive action. But down the plains of Punjab, onto the desert areas, it can be tricky. And if they get into that, then it will become an all-out war. And slowly, I think we have to be very careful. These guys, now they're putting out that they're ready to use the nukes if required. Or they're still contemplating how to position their nukes. They had that meeting, or they announced that the meeting of their command center, the command committee that is in charge of pressing the trigger, they are meeting and they're going to decide. So notwithstanding all that, it's going to be murky as we go into the future. How far we go is, I think, nobody's guess. It's neither Pakistan nor India that will be able to dictate how far and what to do. So let's see what goes on now. And let's see if the Pakistani army ventures out, because they're going to suffer a very bloody nose. And
right.
I think...
Marshal Ahluwalia, I really appreciate your time here on NDTV. We're slipping into a short break. We'll get you more aspects of this developing story in just a bit. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Government does a special briefing on Operation Sindoor. Government says it responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation. India hit targets at multiple Pakistan air bases. Government says Pakistan actions are provocative and escalatory in nature. It reiterates that several multiple air bases were being targeted by Pakistan. Government debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases undamaged shown. United States Secretary of State speaks to Dr. S. Jaishankar. Marco Rubio says that India and Pakistan must de-escalate. External Affairs Minister responds by saying that India's approach has always been measured and responsible. And our teams of reporters are on ground getting you all the highlights, all the details from ground zero in Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab and also in Rajasthan. Here's a report by Shivarur from Dal Lake.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon. Most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places, we are told about 26 different places, is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center, signaling very, very clearly that it doesn't care for civilians and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV. We're on Srinagar's famous...
All right, some visuals now coming in of that crucial meeting that was chaired by Prime Minister Modi. In fact, Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri and other heads of three forces were in attendance as well. We'll try and play those visuals right on your television screens. And Aishwarya will be joining us. The significance of these meetings, Nikunj, which are taking place in Delhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing an overall assessment. Then you have Raksha Mantri meeting Tri-Services Chief, Home Minister Amit Shah meeting paramilitary forces.
Well, Maria, now this is a very crucial stage of this entire conflict. Part of the meetings, of course, would be now to safeguard the civilian population in the border areas. That becomes the big management task for the Ministry of Home Affairs. Remember, it's their area of responsibility. It's the principal border guarding force that they are masters of, and they will have to coordinate with the civil administration to evacuate a large chunk of civilian population living alongside these areas, which are now being shelled actively by Pakistan. But what further steps we have to take now to bolster our defenses, be the offensive action against Pakistan from deterring them for this any kind of mischief that they have been carrying out for last couple of days now, or in fact more. That is also now a very important part of the entire strategizing, and that is why Prime Minister himself at the superstructure of the political structure of the country, at the apex of the political structure of the country, meeting not only the service chiefs but also the civilian leadership, including the National Security Advisor and his top ministers, just to fine-tune and strategize each component of that strategy. Each minister will do the responsibility of his executive line ministry, the home, the defense, etc. And then at the level of the Prime Minister, the overarching strategy to deal with Pakistan, including the defensive action to safeguard the populations from the Pakistani action, would be decided.
So, but it's a regular monitoring, regular assessment, because it's a dynamic situation, and the Prime Minister at the helm of the political structure of the country is very hands-on, is what is also becoming very clear. He has displayed that political will when Operation Sindoor was carried out. India has sent a message of a new security doctrine, which will be very different from what it was in pre-Modi era.
Well, absolutely, that's fine, Maria, but this, as the chief executive of the government, cannot settle at any other level. This has to settle at the Prime Minister's level, because it's the Prime Minister who will have to congregate each one of them, various stakeholders, his top apex ministers of defense and home, and National Security Advisor, and the military brass. The least to say, who are all present here, at least in this meeting. So all of this, the entire whole of strategy here can only be solidified at the level of the Prime Minister, and his directions, like in any other case, would be final. As I said, multiple components now to it. The first and principal component is deterring Pakistan from carrying out further aggression, responding to Pakistani aggression, and then the third, equally important component, I would say, of safeguarding the interest of the civilian population, safeguarding the civilian populations actually now physically very much. So all these components of various line ministries' executive responsibility has to be fine-tuned at the level of the Prime Minister, and final direction issued to the people on the ground.
All right, we are shifting from the story now to the call that has happened. In fact, multiple calls are taking place between India and US and Pakistan, certainly United States playing the role of the interlocutor now. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to Dr. S. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, and he has said that India and Pakistan must de-escalate. In fact, there was a proposal that came in from the US that they will support in discussions if India and Pakistan were to agree to it. In fact, India's approach has always been measured, is a message that came in from External Affairs Minister. And Pakistan has also spoken to Saudi Foreign Minister. Rubio has dialed Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, and US has offered support in discussions, and all this happening at a time when Global Times, which is the mouthpiece of Beijing, has actually said that they believe that India and Pakistan must de-escalate as well. Vishal is joining us live. So Rubio has spoken to Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar as well, after having spoken to General Munir.
Yeah, after having spoken to General Munir, and then he spoke to S. Jaishankar, and he actually spoke to S. Jaishankar and Ishaq Dar almost at the same time, because both the releases from the US administration came in at the same time. And the wordings are almost the same in both the releases. They ask for de-escalation and ask both the countries to start communication lines which had been severed in the last 48 to 72 hours. The US administration wants both the countries to start speaking again so that there could be de-escalation. And as we've been reporting, there have been several nations in the Middle East, rest of the world, that have been trying really hard to de-escalate the situation. The Iranian foreign minister was visited both the countries in the last 3 days. Saudi Arabia's top official from the foreign ministry was also here and also visited Pakistan. That was almost like an unannounced visit. So there have been a lot of these meetings, these backdoor diplomacy meetings that are trying to allay tensions. But the ball is quite frankly in Pakistan's court, as we've been reporting that the escalation has always been from that side. India has proven that it has only targeted military installations, and that has also been only because of provocations from across the border. So that has been the gist of the story so far, but it also remains to be seen what Trump says now.
All right, Vishal, thank you so much for joining us. That's all from me. News and updates will continue on the other side with Vishnu and Aarti.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface.
Government sources share details on terrorists killed by Indian forces. Sources say top terrorists have been killed. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar terrorists have been neutralized.
There's been a high-level meeting underway at the residence of the Prime Minister. The 3 service chiefs have met Prime Minister Modi. They've reviewed the situation with the 3 chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff.
The government in a press briefing said Pakistan's actions were provocative and escalatory. The government also said that Pakistan had tried to hit multiple air bases in India.
The government debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. They say that the government says that Pakistan did attack 26 locations. They provided time-stamped images of Indian air bases where damage is missing despite claims made by Pakistan.
US Secretary of State speaks to Jaishankar and the Pakistani FM as well. Rubio says India-Pakistan need to de-escalate the situation. US proposes to support in discussions. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar says India's approach has always been measured and responsible.
Good afternoon. We continue to bring you our non-stop coverage of what is a warlike situation between India and Pakistan, with multiple attacks which have been underway now for the last couple of days. That situation remains particularly difficult now, but as a result of all of what is happening, the Prime Minister is meeting the three service chiefs, the Air Force, Army and Navy chief, also the Chief of Defence Staff, and they are reviewing the situation on the ground. Joined now by my colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking this particular meeting. Aishwarya, this is one of several meetings which have been going on since the morning, right?
Well, that's right. Multiple meetings have taken place since morning. We have reported that it was a long-hour meeting that went on at Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, first in which he was briefed by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. It was CDS who also went on to meet Defence Minister, a separate meeting in a huddle of the three service chiefs at South Block that went on for almost 2 hours. And after those briefings, it was all who have now arrived at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's residence. Let me quickly show you these visuals of Prime Minister's residence over here, where a high-level meeting is still underway as far as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS Ajit Doval, CDS Anil Chauhan, NSA Ajit Doval, and all the three service chiefs all are present inside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and there we can see the visuals as well of the meeting. Prime Minister is currently chairing on the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan. Of course, there are certain actions that the Indian armed forces are regularly doing, and they have been updating on a regular basis as far as the visual proofs or how there has been attempt of infiltration bid and how Pakistani forces are indulged in hitting Indian civilians. And it is India's stand that is very clear that India is just retaliating to what Pakistan is doing. They are hitting our civilians, and we are defending our territory. And standing instructions from the Prime Minister. Of course, the sources earlier stated that Prime Minister has stated that it is Indian armed forces which are being given complete free hand. Prime Minister believes in the professional capabilities of the Indian armed forces, and certainly the final lot comes from the top dispensation, the top leadership of the country. But of course, after those briefings, Prime Minister currently chairing this high-level meeting, which has started almost half an hour ago.
That's right, Aishwarya, and this meeting also comes at a crucial time because we've seen that in the past couple of days there's been a lot of escalation, especially this morning, and we've also had an unprecedented briefing from the government in the morning as well, talking about how India's action in Pakistan.
Well, Pakistan launched coordinated attacks from drones and missiles on the Indian territory. It was interjected by the air defense systems, and the most important thing to note is on a daily basis, as we are witnessing these ceasefire violations, the artillery gunfires across the line of control and international border, and how Pakistani army is up to attack the Indian civilians as well. And because of these ceasefire violations, there have been several casualties that have been reported since the engagements had begun between India and Pakistan. There has been visual proofs that had come out, and on a daily basis, it is, of course, the Indian army which is releasing these visual evidences of how Pakistani troops are indulged in hitting the Indian territory. So, it is, of course, the top leadership in the government, which has also stated that, the Indian armed forces are taking every action possible, but the top leadership, Prime Minister, Home Minister and Defence Minister, very, very closely monitoring every situation day and night.
All right, half a second, Aishwarya. We're going to move on now to the other big story that we are tracking today. The government has released details of terrorists killed in Indian operations. Why is this significant? Because remember, all of what we are seeing right now is because of Pakistan's terror attack in Pahalgam. Now, after that, India did attack Pakistan. We attacked Muridke, we attacked Bahawalpur, several other areas where top terrorists of the Pakistani terrorist groups, the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, have been trained. These were particular sites which facilitated attacks, including 26/11 against India. We now have details on who the terrorists were who have been eliminated as a result of India's actions. This is critical because ultimately all of this is post that Indian operation to get rid of terrorists. My colleague Maria Shakil with us at this stage. Maria, would you like to run us through some of the key names which have now emerged?
Yes, so let's start with this list, and you know, Vishnu, we have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Muridke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources. Aarti?
Right, thank you, Maria, for joining us and bringing us those details. Vishnu, since the morning, we have been tracking developments coming in from Jammu, and we had seen how a top senior official has been killed in the shelling in Rajouri as well. Now, CMO has issued a statement. They've also announced ex gratia relief of 10 lakh rupees. We're also learning that Umar Abdullah has visited some areas. Rehari and Roopnagar were learning in Jammu today.
Yeah, so that would likely take place. Omar Abdullah has since yesterday been sending out a bunch of tweets urging citizens to be careful. He did know this particular official who sadly lost his life. So there was a great deal that he said over there about this official and the tragedy which has befallen him. But he's also spoken about the situation in Jammu. There has been substantial damage in some areas of Jammu as well. Let me just bring in Shiv Arur, who joins us at the stage. Shiv, you know, we've been chatting throughout the morning. One of the interesting and important developments now taking place, several reports of further attacks, possibly Indian attacks on other air bases, including Sargodha. So that is an important addition. I don't think India's offensive is done by any means. Number one. And number two, Shiv, I've just learned that there will be another briefing of the government today, this evening. The time not yet clear.
You're right, Vishnu. You know, it looks like, you know, considering how rapidly things are evolving in India's actions in Pakistan, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there is an update later today as to the strike targets that have been hit by Indian missiles in that, you know, that air action that was carried out early this morning. Remember, the logs have to be vetted, information has to come in. Sometimes certain amounts of information can't be given out at that particular time, you know, for various operational security reasons. Aircraft may still be in the air, etc. And therefore, it's quite likely. I have heard the same thing that you have. Jacobabad, Sargodha, Faisalabad, Mirpur and a couple of others. I'm hearing that there may be radar facilities or airfields that may have actually, you know, been either targeted or in fact, you know, hit by Indian munitions. I'm wondering whether those will come up in that second briefing that is scheduled for later. We don't have a time yet, but it's possible that it'll happen later, especially since the first briefing that happened this morning, Vishnu and Aarti, detailed in quite elaborate manner all the bases that were actually hit even specifying what was hit at those particular bases. On your second question on that briefing, very, very possible that it will happen. Remember, as we speak, the Prime Minister is meeting with his top security men, the three armed forces chief, the CDS, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Doval, and the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. And they must be taking stock, obviously, of what has been the most escalatory of the last 3 days since Operation Sindoor began. Given that Indian military bases, including military installations here in Srinagar, where I'm reporting from, have been under target for the last 72 hours in wave after mini wave of Pakistani drones, manned aircraft possibly, which was confirmed in today's press conference, loitering munitions, long-range weapons, etc. It seems likely that another briefing will be necessary, Vishnu and Aarti, because things are the updates are coming thick and fast from different areas, and I think if there was an information vacuum for the first few days and weeks after Pahalgam, it certainly looks like the Indian government has jumped onto the information wagon and is trying to put out as much information as possible. You can even see the alacrity with which they're busting fake news and misinformation coming in from Pakistan. So that's a good sign, I feel.
Absolutely, and that was one of the main focuses, right, Vishnu, in the press conference that we had earlier as well, where they had focused on debunking what Pakistan was saying and the claims that they made as well.
Yeah, so the government, the Pakistanis made all sorts of bizarre claims. They said that an S-400 surface-to-air missile site had been destroyed. The government said no. The Pakistanis said that infrastructure in India was attacked. We've said no. Tirsa air base being destroyed, that never took place. Adhampur air base having been destroyed, that never took place. So there's been a lot of rubbish which has come in, frankly, from the Pakistani side, and that has been debunked quite categorically. I do suspect that in that press briefing, the timing of which we don't know as yet, there would be a lot more that comes out, simply because there have been many more attacks, which I believe India has now been carrying out. It's not over as yet. It's been going on throughout the day. The situation is extremely fluid. Let me go across to my colleague Ghazali, who joins us. Ghazali, give us a sense of, where you are at this stage. What are some of the things that you've seen? What are people around you saying?
See, Vishnu, since morning we are seeing people here through visuals. I'll show you. A lot of people are just moving from here, migrating to other safer locations. There are cars behind me which are coming from higher areas, from the higher altitude areas of Rajouri district. And every car is coming with people who are moving with lock, stock and barrel from this particular area, because they're uncertain that by when Pakistan will stop the shelling near the line of control, because all these villages towards this hilltop are closely located to the line of control, and for the last 4 days, at least since 7th of May, there has been heavy shelling by Pakistan, and the pattern keeps changing. Earlier it was expected that it will only be after sunset or in the evening hours, dark hours, but today with the death of one of the senior officials who was killed in shelling early morning at around 5:30 to 6 has certainly created a kind of panic among the residents here who are moving towards the safer areas. The Deputy Commissioner and the administration of Kathua district, Rajouri district and Poonch, which is closer to the line of control, most of the people have been advised to stay indoors and keep sandbags and all for their safety, because heavy shelling is now targeting deeper into the city areas of Rajouri and Poonch and Jammu area.
That's right, Ghazali. Rajouri, Poonch and Jammu were perhaps the worst hit this morning, at least when it comes to Pakistani shelling. Our colleague Gurpreet also joins us. Gurpreet, now from Firozpur, we're also saying, like Ghazali was mentioning, there are people who have now started to leave the area.
Well, here in Firozpur, we have seen last night there was a huge moment of drones, and we have seen so many times, multiple times, the siren had been given by the local administration. A few seconds earlier, we have seen this siren has been started just at this moment of time. I'll request my VJ to try to catch this siren voice, if we can just catch it and tell to our viewers. What we have learned, this whole border area, whether it's a district of Firozpur, Gurdaspur, Amritsar, even Pathankot as well as Fazilka. This whole border area, it's already on red alert. Some moments had been learnt early in the morning. We have seen at 5 o'clock there was a siren which has been given by the local administration so that they will be make people aware of the situation, ground situation here from where we are reporting at this point of time, very a few kilometers away from that border, and we have seen a huge number of villagers who are staying near the border. They have already migrated and shifted their children and women to the safer place, but as of now we have seen no panic has been seen in this city. The life is calm, life is as usual, but they are also trying to plan and chalk out a strategy to save their families. We have been traveling from one village to another village, and last night we have seen the multi-drone had been thrown from Pakistan side, and what we have seen, one family which was able to save itself, but they got severe injury. They had already been admitted in the hospital. They are already getting the treatment, and what we have learned, one woman was...
Gurpreet, sound down for a moment. We've got breaking news now that entire meeting which was being held with the Prime Minister, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Armed Forces Chiefs, that is now over. We're joined by NDTV's Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, any details that you can share? How long was this meeting?
Well, the meeting lasted for almost an hour. It was Prime Minister who was briefed about the ongoing operations along with the line of control and international border of the Indian Armed Forces. It was, of course, all three tri-service chiefs along with the CDS, NSA and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh all were present in this meeting. Almost 1 hour was something that the meeting took place. It was, of course, a louder message that had come out that entire country is together with our armed forces, and as the message has been given loud and clear by Prime Minister time and again that free hand has been given to the Indian Armed Forces. The next step and the next sort of action, if there is a possible attack from the Pakistani side on Indian civilians, and what sort of action Indian Armed Forces can take are some of the crucial points certainly would be discussed. These are strategic and very secretive meetings in nature, and therefore, much details do not come out. But of course, Prime Minister yet again chairing within 12 hours another meeting with the top officials, the top security officials of the country.
Right, Aishwarya, stay on with us. We're also being joined by our colleague Nazir as well. Nazir, now CM Omar Abdullah as well visiting several areas in Jammu, especially we're learning that he's been in Rehari and Roopnagar in Jammu, and remember Omar Abdullah also having announced ex gratia for the families who've been affected by the shelling that took place in Jammu and Rajouri.
Well, it's again a tough time for the elected government to reach out to the people, and perhaps same thing is being done by Omar Abdullah. He's trying to reach out to people. Therefore, yesterday when there was huge, projectiles were fired towards Jammu city, he reached there early in the morning, Jammu, and since then he has been meeting people, affected people, particularly those who have either been hit by Pakistani shelling or those who have been displaced are living in the shelter camps which have been set up by the government. And many other ministers have gone to different areas, whether it is North Kashmir or other places, or Poonch, Rajouri as well. And it is the duty of the government to reach out to people and ensure they get shelter, they get food, and they get basic facilities in these trying times. Because it's not they are doing, Pakistan is shelling innocent, people, villages. Innocent people are getting killed, their houses are being destroyed. I have seen several such houses which have been damaged in Pakistani shelling. So it is the administration's responsibility to reach out to those people. In fact, one officer lost his life in the line of duty, Rajkumar Thapa. He was in additional deputy commissioner Rajouri. He died after Pakistani shell from Pakistan hit his official residence. So that is the officials, people in the government. They're trying their best, and actually even that he paid a price with his life, but did not abandon his duty. And I could see pictures also, Chief Minister visiting his family also in Jammu.
Right.
And also this ex gratia relief, this compensation, some compensation has also been announced for the victim families by the government. But having said that, it's a very, very tough time.
Nazir, half a second. We just need to quickly, move on with all of these developments. Let's just go back to some of the footage that we've been playing out in the last little while. Now, this is some of the first footage which was released earlier on this morning, showing the Indian Army carrying out its attacks. So let's play out that footage of the Indian Army carrying out. This is the footage. Let's have that up full screen if we can. And let me describe this. This is across the line of control in parts of Jammu and Kashmir, where, as you will see over here, several Pakistani terrorist camps have been taken out. There are anti-tank guided missiles which have been fired over here against hardened targets. There are mortars which are being used. There are grenades which are being fired as well. That is an anti-tank guided missile, 2 of them in fact, which home into a certain target, which, as you can see over there, these buildings being completely demolished. There have been several rounds which have been fired over here, and a lot of this video has been showcased by the Army earlier today in that press conference. There was other footage as well. We'll try and have that out on nighttime strikes. If we can pull out that earlier footage a little while later on and show that as well in a while from now. But this is some of the most clear footage of a huge fire strike by the Indian Army on posts right across the line of control, which have inflicted a substantial hit on Pakistani infrastructure. What you see on that right-hand side of your screen briefly was a grenade launcher. Now, this is a footage which was shown earlier on today. This was at night, infrared vision, again showing hits on Pakistani bases. It's unclear what weapon system was used, but again, these are Pakistani posts which have been taken out. There's a third bit of footage as well, which has emerged of a particular site where drones were being launched by the Pakistani Army. That particular site across the Jammu front in Pakistan was also taken out by the Army quite clearly. So these are small examples of the Army carrying out attacks. Now, these are the quote-unquote the relatively smaller attacks, important nonetheless. The big ones have taken place on the air bases in Pakistan, which we've been talking about. We'll keep doing that in a little while from now. But let's listen into some of the key points mentioned by the spokesperson of the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, on the attacks which were carried out by India and what India has had to endure as well.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adhampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. They are also time stamped. Just notice they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government, that is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in.
Welcome back. What happens next? It's been a day of intense military activity across the line of control and the international border. Pakistani air attacks continue. India hitting back at Pakistan very, very hard indeed. There is going to be a briefing of the External Affairs Ministry, which would be the second one of the day in a couple of hours from now. Joining us now, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Ambassador, thanks very much for being with us. We've seen the United States reach out to both India and Pakistan, say that there needs to be some sort of way of communicating. We've seen the Saudis reach out to both sides as well. Other countries, the G7 also, asking for de-escalation. How does one get about de-escalation, or do you believe that that's not an option at all from an India standpoint presently?
Well, I don't think anyone in India would say that de-escalation is not our desire. Firstly, we did not escalate. The escalation started from Pakistan's side on 22nd April, as has been said repeatedly by every government spokesperson, and every news anchor, every participant in news shows. Even after that, every step in the escalatory ladder has been by Pakistan. India has not done it. To give you one example, who's attacking the civilian population of a country? It is Pakistan. India has not done even a single, even by way of a mistake, a single attack on Pakistani population. It has erred on the side of caution in ensuring that no one in Pakistan who's a civilian is injured by our missiles, drones, or shells or bullets. So, but coming back to your question about whether escalation is desirable or de-escalation is necessary, let me ask you and Pakistan, through you, Pakistan, a question. What exactly do they mean by de-escalation? Do they mean that they will call off their terror agencies? Does it mean that they will dismantle institutions that exist at Muridke and other places? Does it mean they will call off 80 to 90 terrorists who are supposed to be hiding in forests of Jammu and Kashmir? Does it mean that they will give us the addresses of sleeper cells they have in India? Does it mean that they would hand over to us all those who are responsible for terror attacks in India and are now given protection and shelter by Pakistan's ISI? So I think we have to be very clear as to what is the de-escalation that USA, Saudi Arabia and others are advocating. Our response to them, at least as a member of the public, I can say that government would have a more nuanced approach to the issue. Our response to them should be, please define what is de-escalation and who should be de-escalated.
All right. No, absolutely key points, Ambassador Dogra. This is certainly something worth pondering. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're going to move on now to some details which we've now been able to get of terrorists killed in the original Indian operations post the Pahalgam terror attack, India's airstrikes which took place in Pakistan, where top terrorists have been killed. We've got details of those who have been eliminated, 3 Jaish and 2 Lashkar terrorists, and details of this have now emerged. Now, why is this important? This is important because at the end of the day, India has made it absolutely clear that our targets have been terror in Pakistan. Some of those who have been eliminated were involved in 26/11. They are believed to have been involved in attacks such as Pulwama as well. They seem to have had the support of the Pakistani administration, the local police over there, even in their funerals and the like. There is a real sense that India has achieved a great deal in taking out these terrorists. Of course, Pakistan has retaliated with military force, which is being resisted extensively by India presently, with even more reports coming in of further Indian military strikes on Pakistani bases, even this afternoon.
Right, Vishnu, and in terms of misinformation as well, we have been seeing there's a lot of propaganda that has been circulating. There's misinformation circulating online. India has been doing its best to keep misinformation at bay. Just earlier in the press conference as well, India had debunked several of the claims that Pakistan had put forward. We're being joined by Nikunj Garg as well to bring us more details about this. Nikunj, how exactly is India debunking Pakistan's propaganda and misinformation that's circulating online and otherwise as well?
Well, Aarti, the important thing to understand here is for the Indian population. Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. they have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time, and mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency. People should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed, and that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India. So that's how important this information warfare has become at this stage, Aarti.
Thank you for joining us and bringing us.
Nikunj, thanks very much. We're going to move on now, and it's not just Rajasthan but across Punjab, parts of Jammu and Kashmir as well, that farmers are coming across debris in fields. There is remnants of weaponry which is being found on tops of homes, and elsewhere people are picking up potentially explosive devices. That's extremely dangerous, what you just saw over there. But this is a reality because a lot of weapons have been fired, a lot of drones have been brought down. There are also booster elements of missiles as well, which separate from weapons which we fire soon after the weapon is launched. For example, the BrahMos missile system, some of those have been found in fields also. Let's go across to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh. Harsha, thanks very much for being with us. It's been a very tense day in parts of Rajasthan today. Can you give us a sense of what it's been like for you? You would have heard explosions, seen people who are tense. What's happening where you are?
Well, yes, I am in Jaisalmer, which is very close to the border with Pakistan. In fact, it's the last big city on the Western Front, Vishnu. And here in the early morning, we've heard reports from villages that, there were explosions which were heard. So there were explosions heard close to Jaisalmer. And then, of course, after that, at about 11:30, 12, we were told that there's going to be a complete red alert and everyone was asked to go indoors. And sure enough, after that, we got calls from Pokhran telling us that people heard explosions there, and we do know that in villages close to Pokhran there has been some kind of debris that has been found. The debris that you were describing, potentially explosive, can cause a lot of harm, but luckily landed in a field. So obviously, the air defense system neutralized it before it could hit any target. And also, in Jaisalmer, when we came back to Jaisalmer, firstly we were not being allowed into the city because they just wanted no movement at all. So that definitely created a sense of tension for everybody. And then when we were in Jaisalmer city, also in the distance, we could hear explosions. I've spoken to some senior officials who've told me that in this area, Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi area, I can't pinpoint exactly where, but in Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi area, of course, there have been explosions. And like you said, these kind of, devices have been neutralized. But where I did go this morning, and it was astonishing that there was such a big crater that has been created in the ground by one of these devices that was neutralized just about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer. So let's see that report. A lot of drone activity here on the border on the western front. Now we are in Jaisalmer in Badoda Gaon, which is about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer, and about 4:10 in the morning this is what happened here. So you can see that this kind of a crater that has come up here. Now at about 4:10 in the morning, the village people here, they saw a missile like object landing here, and then it went ahead, and if you can see it created a crater, and then it went through that tree in front of me, throwing sort of debris all along. It went there and then it landed another 500 meters to the other side. So it's got a huge range from here till about another 500 meters. Now I have some people here with me who were of course witness to all this. भैया आपका नाम बताइए.
उदय सिंह.
हाँ, उदय सिंह, आप लोग यहाँ पर रात को सो रहे थे, घर में क्या देखा आपने?
खेत है हमारा, वहाँ पर सो रहे थे.
हाँ, क्या देखा आपने?
हमने तो 4:40 पर धमाका हुआ, 3 धमाका, जोरदार धमाका हुआ. उसमें अपने आग पूरा प्रकाश हो गया 3 किलोमीटर में. प्रकाश से प्रकाश.
और फिर क्या देखा? यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
यहाँ पर गड्ढा, ये मिसाइल फूट को अलग गई, 2 किलोमीटर में अलग गई यहाँ.
ठीक है. आपने क्या देखा? आप यहीं पे थे?
हमने वही देखा, ब्लास्ट हुआ है और चिंगारियाँ निकली है 4-4:30 के आसपास, और फिर धमाके, अलग अलग जगह धमाके भी हुए हैं.
और ये जो यहाँ पे आया था, ये लगता है चीरता हुआ यहाँ से गया है.
बिल्कुल. यहाँ से गिरने से सीधा, ये झाड़ है, इसके अंदर से गिरने से सीधा यहाँ से 1.5 किलोमीटर आगे इसका जो टुकड़ा है वो आगे गिरा है. और जो हमारे घर थे उसके ऊपर भी गिरे हैं और घर के अंदर भी आए हैं, फिर नुकसान कुछ नहीं हुआ. इसीलिए क्या है कि गिरने से थोड़ा अफसोस भी हुआ है घर वालों को, इसीलिए वो सीधा आगे निकल गया. जो इसका टुकड़ा है ना, वो आगे गिर गया है. बाकी छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स हैं वो हमारे घर में गिरे हैं, उधर खेत में भी गए हैं.
तो आर्मी ने आके यहाँ से सारे पार्ट्स इकट्ठा कर लिए?
बिल्कुल, पार्ट्स सभी इकट्ठे कर लिए. आर्मी आ गई है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी आ गए हैं, सब यहाँ पर आ गए हैं, इसीलिए वो सब इकट्ठा करके एक जगह कर लिया है.
ले गए. So as you can see behind me, quite a big sort of indent it's made in the ground, quite a big crater, and it seems to have a very long range, because as the people here are telling us, it went through this tree, it went over that house there, and then it's gone further. Another part of that explosive has gone further and landed in a field there. So in Jaisalmer and Barmer, in these areas, early in the morning, these kind of attacks are coming from across the border, and of course, luckily so far, no harm or damage has been caused.
Right, Vishnu, we have been reporting, like you mentioned as well, this debris that's been spotted in several other areas in Jammu and Kashmir, in Srinagar as well. Some debris has been reported in the Dal Lake, and that's been sent for analysis as well.
No, it's interesting that you should speak about Srinagar, because when our colleague Shiv was reporting live this morning and I was on air with him from Delhi, there were explosions which were sounding all around him, and we were able to confirm from our Air Force sources that there was very extensive air activity over there, the use of fighters, surface-to-air missiles. There were drones possibly which were brought down. There were explosives as well. This was an area that the Pakistanis targeted, and it does appear that there was some either weapons or debris which fell into the Dal Lake area. Shiv has this report from there.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake, because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies, because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon, most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places, we are told about 26 different places, is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center, signaling very, very clearly that it doesn't care for civilians and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra, on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
We'll continue tracking the story for you. For now, let's take a
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Well, as we go through this incredible tension in the subcontinent, there is the gaze of countries around the world on India and on Pakistan. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has spoken to our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, just one of several leaders who are calling for de-escalation. But how is that going to take place? Is India communicating at Pakistan at all? Should we be doing that, considering how it is Pakistan that's escalating? These are important questions. It's something that my colleague Vishal has been tracking throughout the day. Vishal, there was that one very interesting interview given by Pakistan's foreign minister where he seemed to suggest that if India were to sort of not do anything further, they could consider de-escalation. Could you tell us about that statement, number one, and what about this conversation between America and India?
Yeah, to start off with your first question, Vishnu, yeah, there was some buzz in the local media in Pakistan which suggested that the foreign minister, the defense minister of Pakistan, the foreign minister of Pakistan had actually spoken to the local media there and said that Pakistan is ready to de-escalate if India stops its aggression. That's exactly what he said on local media there, but that statement itself is quite questionable, because the escalation has clearly been from the other side of the border, from Pakistan, because India has only retaliated to what Pakistan has done so far from the word go. So that statement itself is quite false. To move on to the second question of yours, which talked about Marco Rubio's interaction with leaders of both the countries. So Marco Rubio spoke with the foreign ministers of India and Pakistan, S. Jaishankar and Ishaq Dar, and he almost said the same thing to both the leaders. The wordings of the press release is almost the same. They say that there needs to be a formal communication between India and Pakistan, which had been severed in the last 48 hours. So US wants India and Pakistan to be again on the table talking to each other, so that there is no miscalculation, because the tensions are running high, the escalations are going to next levels each day. So that is what US is saying, and also that US is ready to step in and help in any kind of help in any way that it can, so that the tensions are allayed and this situation is brought under control as soon as possible. That is what the US has been saying. But so far, when it comes to the top leader, Donald Trump, he has been relatively mum on the matter. He has had some statements from the White House released, but when it comes to really talking about the matter, he has had some few comments here and there, but he is yet to really take up the matter quite seriously. Probably only then we'll have some concrete answer from the US.
Right, Vishal, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. The situation, of course, is still escalating, quite tense, Vishnu, and what we're looking forward to now is the External Affairs Ministry's next briefing that we're expecting in a couple of hours.
We don't have a time for that as yet, but there should be one which comes up. If indeed it does, then it would perhaps reflect on how India has been carrying out or perhaps carrying out more strikes in Pakistan, and the situation over our airspace as fluid as ever. We will take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Camp organised in Katwa and Jammu and Kashmir, where the youth have shown solidarity with the Indian Armed Forces.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises, and I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 terrorists have been neutralized by our forces. This as Pakistan continues to wanting to escalate the situation. But India has called out the bluff of Pakistan, and we continue to maintain that we are more restrained and calculated in our approach, and we are never the aggressor. All that and much more with a lot of live ground reportage coming in from our team of reporters tracking the story. First up, the headlines. Government sources have spoken on the terrorists that have been neutralized. Sources say top terrorists have been eliminated. 3 belong to the Jaish and 2 to the Lashkar. The Prime Minister earlier has shared a high-level meet. 3 service chiefs have met with the Prime Minister. The tri-service chiefs, CDS, NSA and the Raksha Mantri were all a part of that big meet. The government is calling out the bluff of Pakistan. They say Pak actions are provocative and escalatory, and it is Pakistan that tried to hit multiple air bases. The government also debunking claims of a Pak propaganda. The government says it is Pakistan that has attacked 26 of our locations. Timestamp images of the Indian air bases undamaged is also out. The US Secretary of State has spoken to the External Affairs Minister. Also, the Pakistani Minister Rubio also says that India and Pak need to de-escalate now. The US is proposing support and discussions. The External Affairs Minister very blunt in his reply, and he says India's approach always has been measured and responsible. First up, let's get you details of a big development. The government has put out details of terrorists that have been neutralized in the Indian operation. Now, what sources tell us is that these are top terrorists who've been eliminated. These are also details of Pak Army's engagement with them that have been now made public. Their names, the affiliations are all now in the public domain. On your screens, you're reading more details of what we know about the story so far. These are 3 individuals, 3 terrorists that belong to the Jaish, 2 to the Lashkar. And the government sources also maintaining that there are details of how the Pak Army's engagement has continued to ensure their infiltration and to ensure that they continue here to come and spread terror. Let's also get in more details of what we know about that story so far.
We have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Muridke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources.
So those, remember, are also big details of Operation Sindoor now that have been made public. But let's take this story ahead, tell you more about the all-important meetings that we have seen. On your screens, we'll put out images of Prime Minister earlier chairing that high-level meet where you had the Tri-Services Chief along with the CDS, the NSA and the Raksha Mantri all present as the current situation was being deliberated upon. Aishwarya is live with us and he's been tracking all developments. Aishwarya, absolutely any word on what possibly, our agencies, the Prime Minister right now is mulling, because clearly what you see from Pakistan is not a de-escalation, whether in their intent or whether in their action.
Well, these meetings are very secretive in nature and strategic as well. Yesterday, late night, Prime Minister chaired a high-level security meeting with of top officials of the defense forces, including Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. And within 13 to 14 hours, another round of meeting took place today at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister was briefed about the ongoing operations of the Indian Armed Forces. The Indian government and the top dispensation of Indian establishment is in view that India is only retaliating to what Pakistani troops are doing as far as hitting our civilians and also engaging in the infiltration bid. There has been cover fires being given by the Pakistani troops from their bunkers, and it is, of course, the border security force, clearly stopping this kind of infiltration bid. All of them had come into, the visual evidences that Indian armed forces are collecting, but certainly it is the Prime Minister who had a view that Indian armed forces should be given a free hand, and the entire country is united together in support with the Indian armed forces. Prime Minister had stated that he believes in full professional capabilities of our armed forces, and therefore the ongoing escalation by the Pakistani side is something that that has been seen very, very closely. Prime Minister, Defense Minister and Home Minister monitoring such situations very closely. We've been told that since morning there are multiple meetings that happened. If I quickly recap those, early in the morning we saw Chief of Defense Staff going to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. That meeting lasted for almost an hour. Post that, we saw that press conference by the Government of India in which details were given about how the Indian armed forces stopped the Pakistani drones and missiles that were coming and hit and was aiming towards the Indian air bases. Post that, we saw NSA Ajit Doval going towards 7 LKM, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour, and then this very important meeting that Prime Minister chaired with Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and tri-service chiefs present. That meeting lasted for an hour, and a separate one-on-one meeting after that with NSA Ajit Doval and Prime Minister. So Prime Minister very, very closely monitoring each and every situation. Of course, the nod is being given by Prime Minister for the armed forces, but the armed forces have been given clear a free hand for their operations.
Absolutely. Aishwarya, only for the moment, thank you so much for filling us in on those details. We'll quickly keep this story moving and get you more details of another aspect of how government is out there to debunk a lot of this Pakistani propaganda. Remember, what is absolutely clear and what has irked Pakistan is that you have India's defense might on display. And clearly, Pakistan is no match when it comes to this. Now, what the government is making unequivocally clear is that it is Pakistan that targeted our civilian areas, unlike us, who targeted the terror camps. The government also says that it is Pakistan that attacked 26 locations with clearly an intent to cause damage, something that India was not interested in. We only want to flush out all the terror elements. There has been Pak shelling in the Rajouri sector, where the government has also confirmed that Pakistani air bases have been hit. They also say that it is Pakistan that is trying to divide the country, also reiterating that it is Pakistan that is making false claims. In fact, Colonel Sofiya Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh have also spoken more about how civilians, the infrastructure was the real target in Jammu and Kashmir in Punjab. And do remember, Pakistan and a lot of their media outlets have been claiming that there were attacks on Sirsa and the Adhampur air base, but all this is absolutely false, and we shouldn't be surprised because that is the modus operandi of Pakistan. And it is Pakistan that also, in fact, hit medical center and school. So clearly you understand that there is a lot more information right now that is also being put out by Pakistan that is completely false, which is not true. But how India is dealing with the entire situation is manifold, because we are putting out such images. These images don't lie. They will tell you more of what Pakistan really is doing, of the kind of destruction that Pakistan itself has seen, and the remnants of these missiles, the munitions, that actually bears the Pakistani mark, the hallmark of Pakistan and its rogue state. And that is the image of the Pakistan targeting civilian areas. In fact, late last night, there were reports that even in Firozpur, you had seen those drones that went awry, and the reason why there was a fire after which about 3 individuals, remember, did sustain injuries. So it is important to uncover that story bit by bit. We'll do it with our team of reporters. Nazir is just going to join us in a moment, and Shiv, I'm told, is already live with us. Shiv, where about you at this point in time? And you know, the story is being played at multiple levels, but what is very clear right now is that the rules of engagement, Shiv, have completely changed.
You couldn't have put it better, Deepti. The fact that the last 12 to 14 hours have seen a complete shift in how India is approaching this entire battlefield has, in my view, not only changed the rules of engagement, but completely shrunk Pakistan's, response window. And that's the reason why you're seeing Pakistan respond with drones for the first time during daytime. Usually the attacks happen at night. Now they're happening during the day because they can't wait anymore for the sun to set before actually conducting these strikes against India. So that's one thing that has put a huge amount of pressure on them. Point number 2, which is the big elephant in the room, after 2 days of targeting terrorist camps, terror infrastructure in Pakistan, hitting some posts at the line of control, the Indian Air Force and the Indian military has unleashed direct targeting of large, prominent Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military bases, from Chaklala in Rawalpindi to Murid, to Rafiki, to Jacobabad we hear, possibly even Sargodha. Vishnu was confirming that a little earlier. This is, just short of describing this as war, this is a war-like situation where you've got your adversary targeting as many as 26 cities or 15 cities and 26 targets, population centers, including where I'm reporting from in Srinagar here, and in return India is responding by hitting military bases in Pakistan. If this isn't war, I don't quite know what war is, but let's go with war-like situation for the moment. The Prime Minister has held a meeting with the 3 armed forces chiefs, the Defence Minister, the NSA, the CDS, etc. And we're expecting the most important update we have is that there's going to be another briefing later today. It'll be the first time we've got 2 briefings in a day. Because so many things have happened during the day, and those updates need to be provided to the media and the public as well. So I'm guessing that there will be an update of at least 2 more Pakistan Air Force bases that will have been confirmed hit by the Indian Air Force once that briefing happens.
Right, Shiv, why don't you stay with us? I'm told Nazir is also with us and he's joining us from Kupwara. We'll also figure out what's the latest that he can add to what we do know, Nazir. What is your sense? So what possibly, the next few hours could entail? We are looking at a lot of pressure right now on Pakistan, but then this is Pakistan.
Well, if you see, Pakistan, once India decided to, suspend Indus Water Treaty, they said, look, we'll hit back. It is an act of war. And all those who know Pakistan, they would know that what they can do, and they have been trying to do that. But India has hit back and hit very hard. And their air bases, their military installations, since they started targeting our military installations and our air bases in Srinagar, in less than 24 hours, there have been 3 attempts, 3 targets. They targeted 3 times. And even schools and medical facilities at the Srinagar Air Base and Awantipura Air Base have been damaged in their attacks, in their targets, after they were targeted. So the situation looks like very tense. In the borders, we have seen for last 3-4 days heavy artillery shelling going on. No hope if it's going to stop anytime soon, unless there's some really strong back channel or diplomatic push which will make Pakistan to change its behavior. India has already given it an indication, if Pakistan will not further escalate, we will not escalate. But provided Pakistan should not escalate it further. India has made its point when it wanted to hit the terror sites, which Pakistan said, and whether it was Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed sites, or it was Murdiki, Lashkar-e-Taiba or other places. But Pakistan was in denial mode, and they said all of them, they were civilians and attended the funeral prayers of all those who have been killed. So they were terrorists here and they made them civilians there. So they are actually brazen, they try to brazen it out and tell the world, look, civilians have been killed. Then they targeted the military establishments here, and we have seen, as I said, 3 times there was attempt, or these air bases were targeted in Srinagar and Avantipora. Also Jammu Air Base, they tried to target it. Pathankot, you all know that has been reported, and Adampur, all these things. So it looks like no immediate indication of any de-escalation, even as world powers, US Secretary of State spoke to both our foreign minister S.J. Shankar and Pakistan's foreign minister Ishaq Dar, and also the real boss of Pakistan, General Asim Munir. What would happen yesterday? We know the Saudi junior foreign minister, he was in India, then he visited Pakistan, met Shahbaz Sharif and other Pakistani leadership. Iranian foreign minister was in both countries also. And we have to see how things are playing out in next 24 hours will be really crucial. If this night would be bit calmer, maybe then there would be some sensibility, some sense may prevail. But we have never seen such type of things happening. Srinagar airport coming to attack like this. Even in 1971, that was the story of Pakistani surrender in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. That was not a story what they were doing here. But it's after first time we see such a thing happening. And in fact, 2 hours back, there was, in less than 2 hours back, there was again explosions there. We still don't know the nature of those explosions, but it appears to be part of ongoing conflict or this war-like situation which we have been witnessing. There's very less traffic across Kashmir. In many places shops are still closed. In Jammu region we have seen people have been targeted, although it is across the line of control. But as we saw in Rajouri, senior official was hit, he was killed, and so are innocent people, including a 2-year-old baby. So Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is there meeting the affected people, trying to reach out to them, and government is trying to reach out to people, taking them to safer locations. Many people had to flee from their homes because innocent people and innocents and civilians are being targeted from across the border.
All right, we do have our best eyes and ears on the ground, and that is the reason why a lot of you, as in the viewers, are tuning into the NDTV coverage. Shiv and Nazir, I'm just requesting a moment from you, as I want to take this also to our colleague Gurpreet, who's joining us from Firozpur, and he's also been tracking a lot of these details. In fact, he was the first to get us those very worrying images that came in of that huge fire, that was caused after that drone went awry there, and this did harm the civilians. Gurpreet, what is the latest? What is it that you can tell us?
Well, we have seen since morning multiple times the local administration had used siren to just give a very, very strong message to people of Firozpur that they should not come out of their houses. As of now, we have come to one place that is a few kilometers away from this border, where we have seen the people, they have started shifting their domestic animals to a nearby place. The way we have seen, they are very, very motivating, but they say the women's as well as the old people, they are going to be shifted. कौन सा गाँव है आप? कौन सा पिंड है
आपका? पिंड साडा टलीगलां ते गट्टियों संभाल चले
पिंड तो किन्ने के लोग चले गए?
हाँ जी,
किन्ने के लोग पिंड तो चले गए?
मैंने तो लगता है पिंड ही विरला रह गया, खाली हो गया, गट्टी राजो के क्या लगता है सारा खाली हो गया.
So well, we have seen there is even what we have seen, administration has not given any notice to anyone, but these people, they are just shifting their women as well as the children along with these domestic animals, so that if there will be war-like situation, they will not face a lot of problem. But if we can talk about this border area, we have seen most of the border area in Punjab, they have already been on red alert, whether it's Gurdaspur, Amritsar or Firozpur or Pathankot or Fazilka. We have seen the multiple precautions are being taken, and since morning, if we can talk about Firozpur, specifically this border, we were able to move from one village to another village. The people have seen a lot of drone movement. Last night they had observed multiple drone movement, and we have seen from the drones a lot of objects had been thrown, bombs had been thrown also. We have been reporting from the various locations, but we have seen our forces, and specifically the police was conducting multiple patrolling. They were holding mock drills to guide the people how they are going to react, and multiple times the siren had been used by the local administration to make the people aware of the ground situation. Back to studio.
All right. Gurpreet is also, getting us a sense of the other aspect to almost shiv a war-like situation where people obviously need to be better prepared, and that is the idea, to move your livestock, your family members to places of safety. But Shiv, in your assessment, you've been on ground zero interacting with a lot of people. I do realize a lot of information is classified that we cannot put out on air. But the point is, how far is Pakistan willing to go this time, and how far would India go to ensure that never again we have a Pahalgam-like situation?
Two very good questions, Deepthi. I think the first question is that, India and Pakistan are not even closely the same kind of country. Pakistan is a sponsor of terror. It's a country that is run by a general who sees nothing in issuing international communal rants and dog whistling communally before ordering terrorist attacks against innocent civilians. So we are not dealing with an equal nation. This is a country that cannot be trusted in terms of the uncertainties. We have to live with the fact that it is a nuclear armed country that is also helped by China and does China's bidding. And putting all those geopolitical realities in place, it is very, very clear that there's India has options of punitive actions against Pakistan, but at the end of the day, the escalations that India conducts have to be calibrated in a way that can only be seen as not pushing that nuclear threshold. It's always there, it's always on the horizon, and this is not a country that is seen to be equal. Could you remind me of your second question? I'm sorry, Deepthi.
Yes, Shiv, I wanted to know how far is India going to go this time, because we clearly need to ensure that what has happened post, the attack does not repeat itself, because we've given multiple, I think, windows to Pakistan to move out.
Your question was about deterrence, and I think that's a very, very good question on deterrence, because, I have the same sentiment as you when you ask that question, Deepthi, which is that, how many more times are we going to see the cycle of violence? A terror attack, then, large-scale actions that continue for a few weeks, and then a few years pass, and we think that the deterrent has happened, and then another terror attack happens. You're right. Whatever needs to happen, it needs to happen this time, considering that the government, the country is nationally galvanized, even more so than during Pulwama and Uri, I suspect. And this time, something has fundamentally changed in everyone's minds, and they're all thinking exactly what you're saying. I think, I had a conversation with General Vikram Singh, a former chief of the army staff, on my show yesterday, Deepthi, and he said something very telling, which completely goes against, what the Indian government is currently saying in terms of, restraint and, not being escalatory, etc. He says, what's stopping us from setting those rules of engagement? Why not escalate? Because the point of punitive action has to be deterrence. Anything less than deterrence for the foreseeable future is not punitive action. I think those are very provocative, evocative words that seem to answer a question. There are those who believe, and I'm not saying that about the military now, but there are many who believe that we have our hands tied in some ways because we take a moral high ground in terms of not targeting certain things in another country. But for a country like Pakistan, India should say all bets are off. If you hit us once, we'll hit you 10 times until you beg for mercy. And maybe it's time to really get around to doing that. And I think we may actually be witnessing some of that becoming a reality.
And like you said, Shiv, there is that basic difference between India and Pakistan. No matter what Pakistan wants to do, there is just no equivalence. And that is why, the change in the kind of responses, the measured tone, and India again and again saying, Nazir, even the External Affairs Minister today, being very curt in his response, he's made it very clear that we've all along been very measured. But we will have to respond to what Pakistan is doing after a limit, after we reach that threshold.
Well, let's understand what Pakistan is doing. Number one, what have they named their operation, this targeting India? They have named it as Bunyanum Marsus. It is a word from Holy Quran, but they have forgotten one thing. It's again Holy Quran, which is saying if you kill one innocent person, as if you have killed entire humanity. Or if you save an innocent person, it is as if you have saved entire humanity. So having said this, there is clear attempt to give a religious color to this targeting India. And then if you see it through their propaganda, the state TV and the social media handlers, they are trying to use it as a religious war, and then they are also trying to divide here. And perhaps that was the reason from day one when Pahalgam happened, when men were separated from women and children and killed in the name of the religion who they were. So that is one doctrine they have, very ugly one. But the fact is, when we talk about the war, and there are actually no clear winners in any war. The way which have seen things playing out, it is sometime it has to end. It can't remain like it all the times. But who would actually send that message? The other side would not. Other side would not dare to do it again. And militancy, when it comes to militancy, it is a complex issue. Yes, Pakistan, origin is in Pakistan, problem is still in Kashmir. So that people had given a resounding their view after Pahalgam massacre that it is not acceptable, we don't want this thing, and that also needs to be built where we fight Pakistan and ensure that it doesn't emanate from there. So people's mood here is also very important when it comes and people's participation in this sport to ending terrorism. But this time, if it is not officially declared war, as she was talking about, it is essentially, when we call it war-like situation, that is terminology that we should use careful what we talk. But the way it is happening, military establishment are being targeted, air bases are being targeted, there is damage to the infrastructure, and also soldiers, which in the briefing today government said there's also casualties also. They said they're damaged, men also, and there have been injuries also. Camps have been targeted. There is a damage, nobody is denying that, but there's greater damage to Pakistani side also. But that would be also gauged with one thing: what would be the future response if the targets again emanate from those same bases, which would again show the extent of damage they may have suffered. Well, Pakistan has been in a denial mode that they have not suffered much, but clearly India has hit where it hurts the most. It has hit very, very hard. So it is an evolving situation, but spare a thought for the people living near the borders. For last 4 days, a night has been a nightmare. Many people I saw in last 3 days in Kupwara have not been able to sleep because of the fear, because of the gun battle, because of the bombs falling, and nobody knows where it will fall next time, next minute. So it is a tough situation. War may look beautiful from a distance, but when you see from close and see the people who suffer, you feel the pain, you feel what it means actually on the ground. But clearly the things, how it has started, what India clearly said, the real and the original escalation was Pahalgam massacre, and what started is the follow-up that to end that, and it should never happen again. But as I said, that Pakistan has its own view, world leaders have been trying to de-escalate the situation, but perhaps there has not been any categoric one statement from country which would tell Pakistan to just stop.
Yes, I think what Nazir has said, Shiv, is such a powerful, strong commentary on how the Aam Aadmi who's bearing the brunt of this feels. But then there would also be those, Shiv, who would say that you cannot have this as a normal practice now. We cannot be waiting for Pakistan to strike and then, you respond. The cycle continues. But Shiv, very quickly, there's a lot of conversation about the role of the US. How far is US willing to go? But I'm a little curious. Is US a part of the problem or US is part of the solution now?
It's an interesting question because of how many different noises we've heard from the United States since the beginning of this cycle of tension, Deepthi. You had Tulsi Gabbard, the so-called Director of National Intelligence of the US, seem like she completely supports Indian action in Pakistan. Then you had Trump saying he's very good friends with both sides. Then you had J.D. Vance come to India and shortly after say Pakistan should cooperate to the extent that it is responsible. Now you've got Marco Rubio, who's actually very, very pro-India, similarly playing that kind of equidistant, both of you should calm down kind of role. Going back to the earlier point that you and I were chatting about, Deepthi, about India and Pakistan not being equal, this kind of equidistance, talking about India and Pakistan in the same breath, saying both of you should cooperate and calm down and restrain yourselves, as if it was India who played a part in this tension, is of great annoyance to India diplomatically. India doesn't appreciate and deeply resents any diplomatic messaging, especially from the United States, where India and Pakistan are projected as hyphenated or having some kind of an equal part to play in this huge escalation that has taken place between them. There are very few who have actually acknowledged that it is Pakistan that is, as a terror state, directly triggered what has happened here. So the reality of it, of course, is that we need to go beyond the optics, stop chest beating about not having optical or cosmetic support from growing allies like the United States, and get used to and live with the fact that ultimately, when it comes to big measures that are in our self-interest, it's very, very lonely. It's going to be lonely geopolitically, diplomatically, and otherwise. We will always have our friends who will stand by and watch us do our work. But ultimately, when India needs to up the ante, set the rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned, hit them 10 times when they hit us once, it's going to have to be without anyone's validation. That's the bitter reality of what's happened post-Pahalgam.
And sometimes I think you need to swallow a bitter pill, We might agree to disagree, Shiv, but there is a larger sentiment that encompasses what Nazir has said, what you've been saying. But yes, we as a country, again and again reiterate, we are never the aggressor. Only for the moment, Shiv, I'm just letting you go, but do stay safe and continue to get us all that ground reportage, as I'm requesting Nazir to stay with us, because we'll also get you details of the other aspect of this story. There are reports of a Jammu and Kashmir official who's lost his life in shelling. The Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and the ALG earlier have also shared their condolences. An ex gratia has also been announced, and 10 lakh for the families of those who are deceased. The Chief Minister earlier has met with the late Thapa's family. The ADC Rajkumar Thapa actually lost his life in Rajouri, and he was accompanying the Deputy Chief Minister. And do remember, this is where civilians were targeted by Pakistan. Nazir, powerful pictures, but these are pictures that, we as a country and you as someone who's been on ground zero have seen time and again. And clearly, these are not pictures that, should be normalized or should be acceptable for us as a country.
Well, for me, I knew Rajkumar Thapa for many, many years. As an officer working in J&K administration, 2001 Kashmir Administrative Service officer, and who has worked at different places and has seen one of the most dedicated officers, competent officer, honest officer. And perhaps it is his dedication, commitment to his job, that when people needed him the most, he was there with the people when shells were raining, Rajouri, and his official residence was hit. He is a resident of Jammu, he could have lived there, been there. But when there was call of duty, then when people need this administration the most, he was there and who was hit by the shell, and he was taken to hospital where he was declared broad dead. Chief Minister in his first response on social media said he is devastated after learning about this tragic death of this officer. And then Governor has also condoled his death, Lieutenant Governor. Chief Minister visited the family, met the family, bereaved family. And this is the story of people, because they are not officials, are not combatants, these civilian officials. They are civilians, they are administrated to help people. They are not combatant. So clearly it is part of those targeting civilians. When we see the 2-year-old baby also being killed in Pakistani shelling, they are also claiming so many civilians have been targeted in Indian shelling. But India has made it very clear we only target this military installation, or earlier we targeted terror sites only. That has been India's stated position. But as we have been talking about the larger problem, what is happening, India wanted to see the world to this problem, this escalation, as problem which has emanated from a terror attack. And Pakistan wanted this problem to see as Kashmir and their water issue, Indus Water Treaty, and both are trying to show the world like that. And that's what we have been dealing with when we say diplomatic pressure or diplomatic, intervention. India has always said there cannot be a third-party intervention, even on now bilateral issue, since the abrogation of Article 370 and J&K making as a union territory, even that bilateral thing is also ended. And Kashmir, India has now since then made it clear that Kashmir is now a closed chapter. But Pakistan, after this situation, is trying to make Kashmir again as a flashpoint, and also water as their survival thing. And they say they cannot rest in peace till the time this problem with their water share through Indus Water Treaty, what they say, which has been suspended by India after Pahalgam terror attack.
Yes, and Nazir, that is why maybe they say that when it comes to Pakistan, the more things change, the more they remain the same. That is the irony. I thank you just for the moment for getting us the latest. You also please take very good care of yourself. And we also extend our condolences, our thoughts right now with the families that are grieving. But clearly, there needs to be a larger message that needs to be sent out. Let's take the story ahead and tell you more about another sinister plot of Pakistan. That is their Pak propaganda. Putting out information that is completely false, targeting people and creating a new narrative of yourself which no one is wanting to believe. Now, do remember the Indian Army for the longest time has been trying to shoot down Pakistani lies. What they are doing is that they are countering all this Pak fiction, all these Pak lies with facts, only plain simple facts. And the Pak fake news of the Indian Army damages, in fact, has also been called out, and the government makes it very, very clear that we are keeping a record of every action and every proof of Pakistan's treachery. And again that propaganda is being called out. Our colleague Nikunj is adding more to what we know about this story.
Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that, they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media, and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time, and mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency, people should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed, and that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India.
So like you just heard Nikunj mentioning, there have been multiple news points of this briefing that we have seen being led by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, where he's also taking down the Pak army and their false propaganda, and also putting out details of the kind of action that India has initiated vis-a-vis Pakistan. Sit back and watch the highlights.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
So remember, we just heard the Foreign Secretary speaking of this Spark misinformation campaign. Who's the man behind this? What is his connection to terror? We tell you more.
Pakistan military's media megaphone is in the hands of a general with bloodlines tied to terror. ISPR Chief Major General Ahmad Sharif is the son of a UN-sanctioned scientist who in fact met Osama bin Laden and also plotted with extremists. His father, nuclear scientist Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmoud, was listed on the Al-Qaeda sanctions list by the UN Security Council on December 24, 2001. He allegedly met Osama bin Laden and shared knowledge of nuclear weapons and infrastructure. Mahmoud co-founded a group called the Umma Tamir-e-Nu, suspected of aiding jihadists in Afghanistan. A UN report said that he tried to fund a nuclear college in Taliban-held Kandahar. His son, now the army's top PR man, was briefly investigated but cleared of any links. In fact, US intelligence called the ISPR chief's father Bashiruddin Muhammad brilliant but delusional. Terror ties, fringe science and nuclear dreams. The ISPR's voice carries the shadow of a legacy once tied to bin Laden himself. A legacy of the general, the scientist, and the shadow of terror.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in?
What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Let's also get you details of how the world today is responding to what's happening between India and Pakistan. Remember, multiple times India has reiterated its position that we are well within its right to respond in case Pakistan attacks our military installations or our civilians. Now, in the course of this, you've seen the US making some fast, quick moves. To decode that, we have our colleague Vishal joining us, even as we'll stay with these pictures to read us through what has happened. Vishal, what has the conversation been like vis-a-vis New Delhi and Islamabad?
Well, if you look at the press releases of both the conversations that Secretary of State of the US, Marco Rubio, had with his colleagues of both the nations, S. Jaishankar and Ishaq, it's the almost exact text that has been released. It sheds light on the fact that US wants both the countries to re-establish the communication path that had been severed in the last 48 hours. There has been no communication between India and Pakistan in the last 48 hours. So what the US is saying is that could lead to some kind of miscalculation, and that is what it needs to be avoided, is what the US is saying. And it's also offering some assistance in the form of some diplomacy if it's needed. So it's sort of saying to both the nations that there needs to be a de-escalation, and at the same time there have been other examples as well that nations have come to India, such as the foreign ministers of such as top officials of the foreign ministries of Iran and Saudi Arabia both visited India in the last 48 to 72 hours and asked both the countries to de-escalate. But the ball actually lies in the court of Pakistan, because that is the aggressor, the main aggressor, and that is where the fire has been coming from. India is just responding to that aggression. So the ball lies in Pakistan's court, but all eyes are also on US President Donald Trump. He has commented on the conflict in the recent 3-4 days, but it's not been, to an extended comment. So that will have to be seen.
All right. So would that call make any difference, or will Pakistan continue to be what it is? Vishal, that is what the world today wants to see. For the moment, thank you for decoding that big story for us. With this is also time for us to quickly wrap things in this edition of the news. On the other side, Gauri joins you with more updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India
Top government sources on India-Pakistan tensions, they say that future act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Source-based information on NDTV that India will respond accordingly. India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war. Government sources on the terrorists that have been killed. Source-based information on NDTV, top terrorists have been killed. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists have been killed by India. Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meeting. 3 services chiefs meet Prime Minister Modi. Tri-services chiefs, CDS, National Security Advisor and Defence Minister attend the high-level meeting. Government says Pakistan actions have been provocative and escalatory. Government says that Pakistan tried to hit multiple air bases of India. U.S. Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio speaks to Jaishankar. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and Marco Rubio spoke. And Rubio says that there is a need to de-escalate. U.S. also proposes support in discussion. Dr. Jaishankar says that India's approach has always been measured and responsible. Good afternoon, viewers. We are starting this show with the breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. Latest updates on Operation Sindoor. Top government sources tell NDTV that any act of terror in future will be treated as an act of war. That's the way now the government has set the red line going forward. And let me get in my colleague Aishwarya Jain to really fill us in with the details on this. Is a very important posturing and view that has been taken by the government, isn't it, Aishwarya, in terms of how future terror attacks, if any, the government will view them as an act of war?
Well, that's very big and strong line that the government of India has taken. The top government sources have informed NDTV that the government has decided that any future terrorism activity on the Indian soil would be considered as an act of war and will be responded accordingly. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi just few hours back chaired that high-level meeting in which Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and the tri-service chiefs were present, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour. On a daily basis, we are seeing the action from the Pakistani army and Indian armed forces retaliating to it. It is the Pakistani aggression that has been given befitting reply on a daily basis along with the line of control and the international border as well. But certainly now the government of India has drawn a line. That's a red line that if any future terrorism activity will be taking place in the country or in the Indian territory, then it will be considered as an act of war, and that will be responded accordingly. Is the bigger message coming in from the sources. The top government sources had drawn the line. It is a direct message from the Prime Minister's office. The sources in the Prime Minister's office now clearly telling us that it is Prime Minister's state message to the armed forces as well to respond accordingly. Remember, India has already drawn the line of what retaliation Indian armed forces had been doing as far as Pakistan's aggression, the coordinated attacks as far as the drones and missiles are concerned on different Indian cities, the Indian military bases, and how India has reacted to it very strongly. There has been occasions when we have seen that be it the Samba sector in Jammu and Kashmir or the Rajouri or Poonch sector, it is Pakistani cover fire that was given, and an infiltration bid was foiled by the border security force as well. And this is, the chance that the Pakistani army, wanted to take it. They have been exposed time and again by the Indian dispensation, by the Indian armed forces, by providing evidences, visual evidences as well. And now it is, on the sidelines of that. We have seen there were alerts and intelligence sources also stated earlier that there could be an infiltration bid in the Indian territory, but that has all been foiled up. But now the government has made it clear that no terrorist activity would be barred. It will be a clear red line that any sort of terrorism activity in the future will be considered as an act of war, and Indian dispensation will be acting accordingly.
Government's very tough, very direct warning to Pakistan coming in. As Aishwarya was saying, that high-profile meeting that took place, high-level meeting between Prime Minister Modi, Tri-Services Chief, National Security Advisor, Defence Minister, all those meetings that have taken place after this direct posturing by the government sets a very clear message to Pakistan. Aishwarya Jain, really appreciate you joining us live to give us that update. Through the day, viewers, we have been giving you verified, credible, authentic information about what all Pakistan has been doing. And this report that my colleague Shiv Arur filed from Dal Lake gives you the first-hand account of what is it that Pakistan has been doing in the last 48 hours, hitting at 26 Indian cities. This report tells you what really happened in Srinagar at Dal Lake, where one such drone by Pakistan was fired. Take a look.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon, most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places, we are told about 26 different places, is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center. See very clearly there's and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
Pakistan has been hitting at civilian areas, population centers. And in fact, now from Srinagar, we're going to turn attention to Rajasthan, where another projectile debris has been found. And this has been found in a field, and that area has been cordoned off. And this is in Jaisalmer, in Barmer, where nearby towns have now been put on lockdown. And this ground report that's been filed by Harsha Kumari Singh, my colleague from Jaisalmer, tells you yet again what exactly NDTV has been saying all along. Pakistani drones that have been intercepted, this time in Pokhran, where people have been asked to stay indoors. Take a look.
A lot of drone activity here on the border, on the western front. Now we are in Jaisalmer in Badoda Gaon, which is about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer, and about 4:10 in the morning, this is what happened here. You can see that this kind of a crater that has come up here. Now at about 4:10 in the morning, the village people here, they saw a missile-like object landing here, and then it went ahead. And if you can see, it created a crater, and then it went through that tree in front of me, throwing sort of debris all along. It went there and then it landed another 500 meters to the other side. So it's got a huge range from here till about another 500 meters. Now I have some people here with me who were of course witness to all this. भैया आपका नाम बताइए.
उदय सिंह.
हाँ, उदय सिंह, आप लोग यहाँ पर रात को सो रहे थे, घर में क्या देखा आपने?
खेत है हमारा, वहाँ पर सो रहे थे.
हाँ, क्या देखा आपने?
हमने तो 4:40 पर धमाका हुआ, 3 धमाका, जोरदार धमाका हुआ. उसमें अपने आग पूरा प्रकाश हो गया 3 किलोमीटर में. प्रकाश से प्रकाश.
और फिर क्या देखा? यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
यहाँ पर गड्ढा है, मिसाइल फूट को अलग गई, 2 किलोमीटर में अलग गई यहाँ.
ठीक है. आपने क्या देखा? आप यहीं पे थे?
हमने वही देखा, ब्लास्ट हुआ है और चिंगारियाँ निकली है 4-4:30 के आसपास, और फिर धमाके अलग अलग जगह धमाके भी हुए हैं.
और ये जो यहाँ पे आया था, ये लगता है चीरता हुआ यहाँ से गया है.
बिल्कुल. यहाँ से गिरने से सीधा, ये झाड़ है, इसके अंदर से गिरने से सीधा यहाँ से 1.5 किलोमीटर आगे इसका जो टुकड़ा है वहाँ आगे गिरा है. और जो हमारे घर थे उसके ऊपर भी गिरे हैं और घर के अंदर भी आए हैं, फिर नुकसान कुछ नहीं हुआ. इसीलिए क्या है कि गिरने से थोड़ा अफसोस भी हुआ है घर वालों को, इसीलिए वो सीधा आगे निकल गया. जो इसका टुकड़ा है ना, वो आगे गिर गया है. बाकी छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स हैं वो हमारे घर में गिरे हैं, उधर खेत में भी गए हैं.
तो आर्मी ने आके यहाँ से सारे पार्ट्स इकट्ठा कर लिए?
बिल्कुल, पार्ट्स सभी इकट्ठे कर लिए हैं. आर्मी आ गई है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी आ गए हैं, सब यहाँ पर आ गए हैं. इसीलिए वो सब इकट्ठा करके एक जगह कर लिया है.
ले गए. So as you can see behind me, quite a big sort of indent it's made in the ground, quite a big crater, and it seems to have a very long range, because as the people here are telling us, it went through this tree, it went over that house there, and then it's gone further. Another part of that explosive has gone further and landed in a field there. In Jaisalmer and Barmer, in these areas, early in the morning, these kind of attacks are coming from across the border, and of course, luckily so far, no harm or damage has been caused.
All right. Government has been putting out details of the terrorists that have been killed in the Indian operation. Source-based information coming to NDTV, but again, credible, as we've been saying all along, that top terrorists have been killed in these operations. Details of Pakistani Army's engagement with these terrorists have also been proven beyond doubt, with their names, their affiliations all shared. These include 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists, all killed by Indian operations. Government sources are indicating that these are top terrorists that the government has targeted in these operations. Remember, for India, Operation Sindoor is about and has been about only focused on the terror infrastructure that has been perpetrated by Pakistan on its soil. That is what Operation Sindoor has been all about, and my colleague Mara Shakil gives us details of these 5 terrorists that have been killed and the source-based information that we have with you. Take a look.
We have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names, which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Murid Ke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism, and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources.
Operation Sindoor started, viewers. The one thing that Pakistan has been doing again and again is coming out with a misinformation campaign, a propaganda that India has been busting again and again. Indian army shooting down Pakistan lies, and we've been telling all those details right here because it's important to counter the fiction that Pakistan has been coming out with exact facts. The fake news that Pakistan has been coming out in terms of whether it's the Indian army, supposed perpetrated damages, all coming out by the Pakistan misinformation factory is being busted right here. And my colleague Nikunj Garg gives you all those details.
Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that, they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media, and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time. And mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency, people should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed. And that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India.
Viewers, I'm going to now play out sound bites of the two women who are essentially now the face of India in Operation Sindoor, both in India and around the world. That is Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofiya Qureshi. Take a look.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
All right, Major General Asif Pardi joins me more to talk more on this story that continues to develop. So thank you so much for joining me on NDTV today. We talk at a time when the government has been busting Pakistan's lies and fiction that it has been coming out with through the day actively. All narratives that Pakistan is trying to build are being very actively busted, and it has been doing so not just in India, around the world as well. And that, I think, is an extremely important aspect of Operation Sindoor, isn't it?
Yes, Pakistan USP is always telling lies. Initially they said that Osama bin Laden is not there, and subsequently even US found out that Osama bin Laden was staying in Pakistan. So propaganda, telling lies is the hallmark of Pakistan governance, and because they are weak militarily, so they've been doing all this kind of propaganda work. And also, we also understand that the propaganda war and selling, spreading false news, fake news is part of the information warfare games. But we are also equally competent, and we have got enough measures to check all those fake news and factories. And that is what we have been also doing. Everything, whatever is coming in the social media is being monitored. The TV channels, they are behaving very responsibly. They are telling the correct information to the public. And the public in India are also quite well aware. And very rightly, our Foreign Secretary has pointed out that India is a mature democracy in which criticism to the government is acceptable. Whereas in Pakistan, there is no democracy and nobody can criticize the government. So basically, whatever comes, it is from the government sources. But in India, everything is very transparent. So that is why once the transparency is there, so there is no way we can be misled by the misinformation. If something comes, some misinformation comes, we always cross-check with others, and then we always find out the truth, which is not there in the Pakistan. So we need not be worried about these type of things, and particularly in a war-like situation, it is expected. But the most important thing is that the Pakistan is now responsible in the for the responses which they are doing and the escalation of the conflict. So now they have attacked some of our military installations. They're attacking our religious structures like temples, your churches, gurudwaras, which is not acceptable. Casualties
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in fact, the response that has come in from the Indian side also very measured, but at the same time, very clear in terms of the fact that if Pakistan moves up the escalation matrix, if it moves up the escalation ladder, India will respond proportionately.
And at this beginning, when the conflict is at the initial stage, they're talking about utilizing their nuclear resources. So immature is the Pakistan governance. That means they have got no will to fight. They just want to terrorize the whole world. They want to threat the whole world that, okay, you use the nuclear weapon system, and that is why you come and ensure that the India government buckles out and they don't escalate. But escalation is from the Pakistan side. And we have been very clear in our mind that we have to destroy the terrorist infrastructure which is there in the Pakistan. And the Pakistan army and the terrorists, they train together. That is the main source. The terrorism comes from the Pakistan army. So terrorists and terrorism, these three things are the integral part of the Pakistan military. So we have only, so far, we could destroy some of the terrorist infrastructure, but in the long run, definitely, we are going to dismantle the entire whole thing, and that the terrorism concept in Pakistan, that also has to be erased. And terrorism is not only against India. They have terrorized the Talibanis. They have terrorized the Baluchistanis. So within the country also, they have terrorized their own people.
And so terrorism is a scourge. It's a global scourge. That is what it is. That is something that is very clear. And that's one of the reasons, core reasons why the world is backing India all along. Ever since the Pahalgam terror attack, the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack took place, the Committee of Nations have stood very strongly and firmly behind India. I want to quickly now get in Commodore G.J. Singh also to talk more about Operation Sindoor in its present state right now, where we are, the information that has been coming in. And sir, at NDTV, we've been very clear and very focused about only bringing credible, authentic information, even if it means late. That is not the point. Authenticity is most important in these times, in these challenging times for us. And here we've been putting out all those verified information which tells you what all Pakistan has done in terms of climbing up the escalation ladder and proportionate retaliatory action that has come in from India's side. Where do you see this now, sir, the next 12 to 24 hours, given all that has happened and what all the government has informed India today about?
Thank you for having me on your show, and I must congratulate you that you are only giving what is, I call it verified news, because you make sure that there is all authentic news. Coming back to the subject is that at the moment we are in the mode where the escalatory ladder is going up. It is going in a upward spiral because the kind of weapons which Pakistan has used this morning, like the high-speed hypersonic missile, that Fateh-2, is a very dangerous point where we should be worried about, because they were probably targeting our capital, and we have to be careful about it, because this was not expected. It is not a proportionate, calibrated,
is targeting civilian population. In fact, whether it is in Dal Lake, whether it is in Jaisalmer, we've been putting out those ground reports. Our colleagues have been covering every aspect of this, and everywhere Pakistan is trying to, of course, hit civilian population.
Yeah, that's what I was coming to, that they have been hitting or sort of striking on a civilian population all along the IB border as well as on the LOC. So they have just no ethics or the principles of fighting. They are now in a provocatory move. They want to provocate us, whereas we are very restrained, we are balanced, we are proportionate whatever they are doing. We are only hitting those targets with the very precise strikes without any collateral damage or any hitting any populated areas. But the kind of answer that we are getting from Pakistan is not the same. It is not expected of a professional army or a professional air force. So therefore, I see it as a provocation. I see that we are going up on the escalator ladder because lately we have also heard that they have started mobilizing their armed corps and armed divisions, their infantry, their
In fact, this is
artillery.
something, this is extremely important, and I wanted to get in General Padi as well on this, that how do you read and in fact this information that came in from the press conference earlier in the day on what Commodore G.J. Singh is saying, that Pakistan is moving some of its army and soldiers to the border areas, the movement of troops that's taking place.
I agree with what Commodore Singh has said, but I would like to tell you that because they don't have any targeted targets in India, because we don't have any terrorist infrastructure. So, and the initial stages, when we demonstrated that we have got a much better integrated air defense system and we could do anything inside that territory and we could hit our target very accurately, precisely. So now they are in a state of panic. So they want to escalate. So in escalation, if they move their ground forces or do any kinetic action, so the thing is that they are probably want to get into inside India and they will definitely get killed, because we are fully prepared to for any challenges which is coming or any hostile activities from the Pakistan side, whether it is from the air or from the ground or at sea. All the three services are fully active, and we have got enough resources, enough measures, operational plans, everything is there. So those activities, maybe they are trying to threaten that, okay, we'll escalate to the next level. So we are ready for that. Any level of escalation, it will be responded precisely and with responsibility, because we are very clear that our objectives are to dismantle the terrorist infrastructure, and we don't want to go for any collateral damage. We don't want to do any damage to the civilian population. So far we have not done that, which they have been doing it. So if they escalate, so let them do it, and then they will see our response.
Absolutely. In fact, India also mentioned this when it said that Pakistan is trying to weaponize civilian airspace. The government of India has said that because that's exactly what Pakistan is trying to do when it comes to the civilian airspace. Thank you so much, Commodore G.J. Singh and General Padi, for joining me on the NDTV right now. And in fact, speaking about high-level preparedness, Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting with three service chiefs to discuss the next course of action. I'm assuming preparedness, and that review also included the Chief of Defence Services and Chief of Defence Staff, as well as the National Security Advisor and the Defence Minister, in terms of the next level of preparedness as Operation Sindoor is still underway. My colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking these high-level meetings all along, gives us an update on what transpired, what could be the possible next course of action for the government from a preparedness point of view. Take a look.
Yesterday, late night, Prime Minister chaired a high-level security meeting with the top officials of the defense forces, including Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. And within 13 to 14 hours, another round of meeting took place today at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister was briefed about the ongoing operations of the Indian Armed Forces. The Indian government and the top dispensation of Indian establishment is in view that India is only retaliating to what Pakistani troops are doing as far as hitting our civilians and also engaging in the infiltration bid. There has been cover fires being given by the Pakistani troops from their bunkers, and it is, of course, the border security force, clearly stopping this kind of infiltration bid. All of them had come into, the visual evidences that Indian armed forces are collecting, but certainly it is the Prime Minister who had a view that Indian armed forces should be given a free hand, and the entire country is united together in support with the Indian Indian Armed Forces, Prime Minister had stated that he believes in full professional capabilities of our armed forces, and therefore the ongoing escalation by the Pakistani side is something that that has been seen very, very closely. Prime Minister, Defense Minister and Home Minister monitoring such situations very closely. We've been told that since morning there are multiple meetings that happened. If I quickly recap those, early in the morning we saw Chief of Defense Staff going to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. That meeting lasted for almost an hour. Post that we saw that press conference by the Government of India in which details were given about how the Indian armed forces stopped the Pakistani drones and missiles that were coming and hit and was aiming towards the Indian air bases. Post that we saw NSA Ajit Doval going towards 7 LKM, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour, and then this very important meeting that Prime Minister chaired with Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and tri-service chiefs present. That meeting lasted for an hour, and a separate one-on-one meeting after that with NSA Ajit Doval and Prime Minister. So Prime Minister very, very closely monitoring each and every situation. Of course, the nod is being given by Prime Minister for the armed forces, but the armed forces have been given clear free hand for their operations.
All right, shifting focus now to Delhi, where Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has chaired a key meeting and held a meeting with key ministers in terms of the level of preparedness for the state of Delhi, and that also includes the health department. I want to quickly first play out the soundbite of the Chief Minister, and then I get my colleague Shreya Ghosh to talk more on that.
पैनिक नहीं है, बिल्कुल निश्चिंत होकर के जनता रिलैक्स हो सकती है। सरकार मुस्तैद है, प्रशासन दुरुस्त है और सेनाएं अपना काम कर रही हैं। हम सबको बस अवेयर रहना है और किसी भी स्थिति से निपटने के लिए तैयार रहना है। इतनी सी बात है और किसी भी प्रकार की इससे आगे की चिंता नहीं करनी है। पर इस परिस्थिति में पूरा देश एकजुट है, ये जरूर संदेश पूरे शहर का है, पूरी राष्ट्रीय राजधानी का है।
All right, Shreya Ghosh joins us live to talk more about this. Shreya, it's of course a meeting aimed to ensure that there is a complete level of preparedness. But talk to us about what all were the highlights of this meeting.
Well, of course, today Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta chaired a very high-octane review meeting with all the department heads at the Delhi Secretariat to ensure that the capital is battle-ready. And, of course, she has asked the people not to worry, not to create any panic because the city is ready and the national capital will not be caught off guard in any case of emergency. The health department has been given clear directives. Medicines should be stocked up. All hospitals are on standby. Ambulances are fueled up. There shouldn't be any, a case of lack of power backup for ICUs. So there should be proper backup supply of power, and all the leaves of medical staff have been cancelled. The revenue department has been asked to activate the disaster management authorities to scour all the shelter sites and also to rally the civil defense volunteers. Remember that the revenue department and the civil defense volunteers, they are in sync with the armed forces, the railways, airport, so that the city is well connected. The fire department is also put on red alert so that it can leap into action if there is any case of any disaster. The other departments such as the home and police department, most importantly, have been ordered to keep the security airtight, especially around the city's hydroelectric grids. And if we talk about the other infrastructure agencies like PWD, MCD, NDMC, they have also been instructed to line up all contractors and the heavy machinery so that we can strike back if any disaster occurs. Other than that, most importantly, power department, because people are scared that there could be possible blackouts. But CM Rekha Gupta has instructed the power department that there shouldn't be any case of power outages, and there should be enough backup supply, for critical services. That has been the main agenda of today's meeting, to ensure that all the departments, they are in this together, they are on their feet, and they are ready for any kind of emergency if at all strikes the national capital. But most importantly, as you heard Chief Minister Rekha Gupta underlining the fact that there shouldn't be any panic amongst people. People should be on alert mode at all times, and they should believe that all the departments are working in their favor to make sure that the city is prepared for any kind of disaster, any kind of emergency in this time where the India-Pakistan tensions are escalating. Back to you.
All right, shall we leave it there? Thanks much for those details. And shifting focus now from Delhi to Gujarat, a border state which shares the international border with Pakistan, about 500 odd kilometers, 2,300 kilometers is the kind of coastline that Gujarat shares with Pakistan, which is why the Chief Minister held and reviewed the security measures, including the steps taken for the safety of citizens. And that also include directives made and given to the state administration in terms of the next course of action, given the fact that Gujarat, as I said, is a border state and is on high level of preparedness. Let's quickly play out this soundbite of Sadruddin Owaisi, where he has termed Pakistan as a terror state and said that Pakistan gave shelter to Osama bin Laden and the West must realize that Pakistan is a failed state. Listen in.
Osama bin Laden was found taking shelter in a military area, and he was given covert support. He was given all the support, all the help by the military establishment of Pakistan. It is for the Western world to realize that Pakistan is a failed state. It is high time that not only Western world but every senior nation in this world should rise up and ensure that the nuclear bombs which the Pakistans possess, that should be disarmed. They are a threat to the whole humankind. They have been using terrorism to destabilize India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Government sources on terrorists killed in Operation Sindoor. Top terrorists have been killed. That includes 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists. Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meeting with 3 services chiefs and reviews the situation along with CDS. Government says that Pakistani actions have been provocative and escalatory. Government says that Pakistan has tried to hit multiple air bases. U.S. Secretary of State speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Marco Rubio says India and Pakistan need to de-escalate. U.S. proposes support in any possible discussions. External Affairs Minister says India's approach has always been measured and responsible.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistent.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Viewers, it's now time to turn attention to Punjab, another border state, and we've got you this ground report from Firozpur village, which is on high alert. And NDTV has been reporting from Punjab border, where it has spoken to locals after those drone attacks that have come in from Pakistan. Take a look at this report that tells you how Firozpur residents are feeling and remain on the edge after those escalatory moves made by Pakistan.
We have been reporting from district Firozpur, and we are going from one village to another village in border area. Today we have reached at Burj Makhan Singh village, from where we are reporting at this point of time. We have seen last night multiple drone movement had been spotted in district Firozpur, and we have seen through the drones when one bomb had been thrown with the help of drone, one family which has already been severely injured, and now we have come to this village where we are going to show all these pictures. Here they were able to find out some explosive which was blasted from here, and the people of this area, they have witnessed a lot of activity last night. This was a transformer. I request my Vijay to show all these things, but fortunately there was a total blackout in district Firozpur. But what had happened in this village, we are going to talk to the villagers also who've been present here. तो ये कौन सा गांव है?
ये जी गांव बुर्ज मक्खर सिंह डिस्ट्रिक्ट फिरोजपुर है।
तो क्या देखा, क्योंकि आप दिखा रहे हो कि यहाँ पे कोई चीज़ गिरी, क्या चीज़ गिरी और कितने बजे गिरी?
ये तकरीबन 1:30 ਵਜੇ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੀ ਰਾਤ, ਤੇ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਨਾ ਰੋਸ਼ਨੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋਈ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਚਾਨਕ ਬਾਹਰ ਉੱਠੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਧਮਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪਈ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਚਾਚੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕਰਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੇ ਡਿੱਗੀ ਆ ਬਾਹਰ ਮੂਰੇ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਤੇ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਰ ਵੀ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਪਈ ਸੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਫਾਰਮਰ ਦੀ, ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੱਖੇ ਦੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ 3 ਪਰ ਬਣੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ਾ ਉਹਦਾ weight ਹੈਗਾ ਸੀ 20 ਕਿਲੋ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਈ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਯੂ ਹੈਵ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ थोड़ी दिखाओगे वीडियो अगर दिखा सकते हैं तो? क्या डैमेज हुआ, कोई नुकसान हुआ यहाँ पे?
वैसे नुकसान नहीं हुआ जी, बिल्कुल आवाज़ बहुत ज़्यादा ही धमाका हुआ है।
कोई शीशे टूटे हों, कोई किसी तरह का इम्पैक्ट?
नहीं जी नहीं, ऊपर तार टूटे।
तो बिल्कुल मैं कैमरामैन साथी कहूँगा ये तस्वीर दिखाई जाए, क्योंकि ये कहाँ गया, ये इसको कौन लेके गया यहाँ से?
ये SHO साहब आए सी, थाने ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟੈਕਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ। ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਥਾਣੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਐਸਆਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 3 ਵਜੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਈਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਉਣੀ ਵੀ ਤਾਰ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਈ ਆ ਤੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਾਈਟ ਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਈ ਫਿਰ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਗੰਢ ਕੇ ਤਾਰ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਟ चालू ਕੀਤੀ ਆ
बॉर्डर एरिया का गांव है, बॉर्डर एरिया का गांव है। यहाँ पे क्या लोगों में अभी पूरा है जो स्थिति बनने जा रही है, कोई लोकल क्योंकि लगातार ब्लैकआउट किया जा रहा है।
डर तो है जी लोगों
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ
ਡਰ ਤਾਂ
ਹੁਣ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ
ਕੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਸੀ ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੀ
क्योंकि कल रात को देखा है काफी ज्यादा मूवमेंट देखी गई, आपके भी इस एरिया में पूरी मूवमेंट देखी?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਜੀ ਬਿਲकुल।
Turning attention now to US Secretary of State and the acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, who spoke to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. And Marco Rubio said that India and Pakistan need to de-escalate. The top diplomat of US, Marco Rubio, dialed Dr. Jaishankar and also proposed support of America in any possible discussions between India and Pakistan. The reply and response from India has been that New Delhi's approach has always been that of being extremely measured. And meanwhile, there have been more back-channel lines of communication. Pakistan has been trying to speak to the Saudis and has spoken to the Saudi foreign minister, even as Rubio dialed Pakistan foreign minister and earlier spoke with the Pakistani army chief Asim Munir. In fact, viewers, the DG of ISPR has terror ties. This is something that the world knows, and we on NDTV also are going to play out this report that tells you that A.S. Chaudhary has deep terror connects because he is the son of a US designated terrorist. Don't believe it? Take a look at this report that decodes that for you and the mindset of Pakistan in greater detail.
Pakistan military's media megaphone is in the hands of a general with bloodlines tied to terror. ISPR Chief Major General Ahmad Sharif is the son of a UN-sanctioned scientist who in fact met Osama bin Laden and also plotted with extremists. His father, nuclear scientist Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmood, was listed on the Al-Qaeda sanctions list by the UN Security Council on December 24, 2001. He allegedly met Osama bin Laden and shared knowledge of nuclear weapons and infrastructure. Mahmood co-founded a group called the Umma Tamir-e-Nu, suspected of aiding jihadists in Afghanistan. A UN report said that he tried to fund a nuclear college in Taliban-held Kandahar. His son, now the army's top PR man, was briefly investigated but cleared of any links. In fact, US intelligence called the ISPR chief's father Bashiruddin Muhammad brilliant but delusional. Terror ties, fringe science and nuclear dreams. The ISPR's voice carries the shadow of a legacy once tied to bin Laden himself. A legacy of the general, the scientist and the shadow of terror.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters.
Gujarat Chief Minister chairs a security review meeting. On the agenda is the safety of citizens in Gujarat. Ensuring availability of all essential items is a priority in the review meeting. Government sources tell NDTV that top terrorists have been killed by India's actions. That includes 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar terrorists who've been killed in Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi chairs a high-level meeting with 3 services chiefs along with CDS, National Security Advisor and Defence Minister. Government says that Pakistani actions have been both provocative and escalatory. Government says that Pakistan tried to hit multiple Indian air bases. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Rubio says that India and Pakistan need to de-escalate and proposes support in any possible discussions. External Affairs Minister says that India's approach has always been that of being measured and responsible. All right, government briefing on Operation Sindoor, where it has debunked the Pakistani propaganda again and again. India's defense might has been on display in the press conference that came in earlier in the day, and of course through the entire Operation Sindoor, where government has said that Pakistan tried and multiple times targeted the civilian areas, whether it is in Srinagar, whether it is in Jaisalmer, whether it is in Punjab, through the entire border with India. And in fact, government has said that Pakistan tried to attack 26 locations in India, and that included shelling in Rajouri as well. Let me now get in our team of reporters. Remember, NDTV's reporters have been covering every leg of this story, giving credible, authentic and correct information. Nazir joins us live to talk more about the situation on ground. Nazir, you've been bringing us all details, all updates, minute by minute. Talk to us about what's happening right now on ground. Tell us where you are exactly, what's happening behind you in the wake of those latest Pakistani provocations that took place late last night and early today morning.
Well, there was provocation which was responded to by India early in the morning and last night. But sources tell us that India is unlikely to escalate things further, like carrying out any major attacks, whether it is drone attacks or missile attacks on Pakistan's, military establishments or these air bases, the way India did hit at them since last 24 hours in retaliation to Pakistani attacks. But at the LOC, it's unlikely that things may settle anytime soon, because the way we have seen civilians being targeted at the line of control and and innocent people being targeted, houses being targeted. But this whole, India not escalating things, not targeting, would all depend on Pakistan's behavior. If they try to target, use drones or missiles, clearly there would be a response, and what sources say, it would be very harsh response the way it was over the last 24 hours. So that is one important information I'm getting, that India doesn't want to escalate things further. They have done what they did after targeting terror sites, few days back, and then over the last 24 hours when Pakistan tried to hit our military establishments, civilian areas, so there was a response, and a befitting response. And what government has said in their briefing, that there was a huge damage to Pakistani military establishment, particularly the air bases, including Noor Khan base and other sites which Pakistan is trying to downplay. Here also, India also suffered the damage at the air bases, for example, Srinagar air base, Udhampur or Avantipora, and also here we saw medical facility at Srinagar air base, and also Avantipura air base, and also schools there have been targeted, have been hit. So this is essentially a civilian infrastructure for the people there who are working there. The children of the forces, armed force personnel, they go there. So that health facility and the schools have been hit. There has not been any casualty, particularly when we talk about the Udhampur air base. What sources say, there was no casualty, though there was some damage. So Pakistan has been trying to escalate things, and there was a proper response. But sources are telling us there would not be further escalation when it comes to targeting each other's mainland in concern, until Pakistan tries to target India. But at the line of control, which we have seen, they have been repeatedly targeting, and today we saw this morning in Rajouri, senior officer of J&K government, Rajkumar Thapas, he was killed when Pakistani shells hit his official residence. He was not a combatant, like 4 others innocent civilians who were killed in today's shelling. So among them is 2-year-old, Arsha Noor. She was also killed, baby. She was also killed.
Yes.
There's other people who have also been killed. So clearly there have been civilian casualties. Thousands of people have been displaced. They have to flee from their homes, and large number of houses have been damaged in Pakistani shelling.
Indeed, and stay with us, Nazir, because I'm going to come back to that very important aspect that you just mentioned about the government's next course of action. It will climb up and in fact, it's because Pakistan climbed up the escalation matrix that India responded both in a measured and responsible manner. Let me now get in Harsha Kumari Singh, my colleague, joining us from Jaisalmer. We played out your ground reports, Harsha, a while back, which talked about the kind of shelling that took place from the Pakistani side in Jaisalmer, in Barmer. Talk to us about what it's like right now. You've been speaking to local population there through the course of the day. Talk to us about what it's like right now at this moment, how things are unfolding.
Well, yes, in Jaisalmer, Barmer, and in this area, Pokhran, where we are actually in Jaisalmer city. But on the western border, there is a sense of tension, definitely, because, so far the attacks were happening only at night, but then they started off this morning also. So we showed you that ground report from the village close to Jaisalmer, where that explosive had fallen. Then similar instance reported, one from Balotra in Barmer early in the morning, and then later today, it's been reported from near Pokhran. So there is a sense of uneasy calm. In fact, everything has shut down now in Jaisalmer. There are hardly any cars on the road. Everybody's been asked to go home and stay indoors. So even outside there is very little movement except for government vehicles. People are prepared. People are quite resilient. People are quite sturdy, because remember, the border from here is just about 100 and some kilometers, as the crow flies. They've faced a lot of sort of incursions in the past also. There have been 2 wars with Pakistan, 65, 71. They've been at the front lines. They've been at the receiving end in many ways. So in that sense, they are quite sturdy, calm. But and there's a lot of cooperation, actually, because as soon as at about 11 o'clock, they said they need to shut down the city because they were anticipating this kind of activity from across the border. They immediately, people moved out, and it's absolutely quiet in Jaisalmer now. Also, the state of Rajasthan on a high alertness. Of course, the cities of Barmer and Jaisalmer are what comes under red alert, but other cities also on a state of heightened alertness. Bikaner and Ganganagar are under green alert, and this means that medical and emergency services will continue, but everything else is closed down. They've moved extra doctors into the border districts. They've also moved extra RAC platoons here, and generally there's an overall sense of preparedness here on the border.
All right, there's an overall sense of preparedness, and as Nazir was pointing out earlier, that the government sources that he's been talking to are very clear that no climbing up the escalation ladder or matrix till they are forced to respond to from the Pakistani side. You got the two sides, both from Srinagar as well as Jaisalmer. Our reporters giving us credible, authentic, on-ground information about how things are panning out right now. I want to quickly now play out two important sound bites. First off, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh explaining to us what all Pakistan did, and in response, India retaliated in a measured and responsible manner. And then we can also play out a soundbite of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri explaining India's stance and position in Operation Sindoor. Listen in.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner, Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
All right, turning attention now to Tamil Nadu, where Chief Minister Stalin is holding a rally in solidarity with the Indian Army. Remember, the northern and western borders of India, that border Pakistan, is where tensions have escalated. And on your screens are down south, where a solidarity rally is being held along Marina Beach. Let me quickly now get in Sam Daniel, my colleague, to tell us more about this rally, who all have come in. What's the kind of messaging? Of course, the messaging is that south of India, Tamil Nadu stands strongly and firmly with India, with the northern and western borders. But tell us more, Sam, about this rally. The visuals are playing on our screens right now.
Well, as we speak now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is leading a march from the DGP office, where I am right now, till the war memorial, around 4 kilometers on my right, along the Marina Beach. The idea is to send a strong message that Tamil Nadu stands together with the armed forces, even as they risk their lives on the front line as part of Operation Sindoor. And it's a 4-kilometer long march in which Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, his cabinet colleagues, MPs, MLAs, several defense personnel, ex-servicemen, large contingent of police, home guards, students and general public holding the national flag and placards in support of the army or undertaking this march, giving a strong message. Politically speaking, Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is a key opposition party that's often at war in a sense with the centre. But this march is sending a strong message that as far as this issue is concerned, national security is concerned, they are strongly together with the central government, with the armed forces. Mixed reactions among the few thousand people who are part of this march, while they largely welcome the defense services' selected targeted attacks along the line of control and the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Some are also worried that this should not escalate into a full-fledged war, which they believe would not be in the interest of the country. So they also send a message to the government, to the defense forces, that they should do everything possible to make sure this does not escalate into a full-fledged war. In terms of preparedness, the government has put in place enough number of ambulances, medical emergency services, drinking water, ORS, so that even in case of any health issues or medical emergencies, they'll be able to tackle it. At the end, the march will culminate at the war memorial, where the Chief Minister will be received by defense personnel there, and we expect that to be another half an hour from now.
Indeed. And Sam, the political messaging of this is extremely important, isn't it?
That's right, because this comes after similar exercises by opposition-ruled states like Telangana, Karnataka and now Tamil Nadu, because these are opposition-ruled states which are often at war in a sense with conflicting viewpoints with the central government, alleging discrimination and many such complaints. But when it comes to this issue, national security and the country's response to the Pahalgam terror attack, they want to demonstrate that here there is no politics. Here they forget the political differences. They go beyond the political divide and they stand in support of the central government and the armed forces who are fighting along the borders there.
The optics are just that this is much above any political line. This is about the country. This is about coming together. This is about being united behind Indian forces. And in fact, this is in line with the message and solidarity call that came in after the all-party meeting as well, isn't it, Sam, where all political parties and stakeholders said that they firmly stand behind the action that has been taken when it comes to Operation Sindoor by the government, isn't it?
That's right. They may have some questions to be asked to the central government, but when it comes to the Indian government's response, particularly the military response in terms of the ongoing Operation Sindoor, they are forgetting all differences and they want to send a strong message that India is one, speaking one language in one voice. Particularly, they may have political differences, but Tamil Nadu in that sense, they are sending a strong message that they stand united together with the central government. Although earlier there were comments, there were also suggestions that it's also an occasion to make sure we fix the shortcomings which had led to that terror attack. If there are any failures, be it intelligence failure, be it any of the loopholes, it's also equally important that the authorities in charge and the government in charge ought to look at this and fix it. But when it comes to the country's security and the Indian government's response to this terror attack, they are united, and this ongoing march in Chennai is yet another example, demonstration that they are together with that.
Indeed. Son Daniel, thank you so much for giving us all those details. The Solidarity rally that's taking place in Tamil Nadu on Marina Beach. Visuals right here on your screens. The political message loud and clear. India stands united when it comes to fight against terror. And Operation Sindoor still underway, viewers. There is no petty politics here. There is just one call of unity, of solidarity. All right, let's now get in Air Marshal Vinod Bhatia joining me live on the show, along with Brahmachalani, strategic affairs expert, to talk more about how things are unfolding. Operation Sindoor, gentlemen, is still underway. A government press conference is expected in about 40 minutes from now, and a fresh update that will come in from the government to talk more about how things are unfolding. There have been important developments through the day, including the conversation between Marco Rubio as well as Dr. Jaishankar. He also, of course, dialed the Pakistani army chief. Brahmachalani, let me start with you. How do you see the developments in the last couple of hours, and how do you see what is likely to unfold going forward?
Pakistan appears to be desperate. It's desperate in terms of the kind of actions it's undertaking. It has climbed up 3 steps on the escalation ladder. He doesn't know how to climb down without losing face. The Pakistani military generals, their sole objective is to save face. After all, they are the de facto rulers of Pakistan, and they can ill afford to lose face in the confrontation with India. The problem for them is this, that after nearly 4 decades of Pakistani cross-border terrorism, India has finally woken up, or at least India's patience has worn out, and now India wants to take its Operation Sindoor to its logical conclusion. It's also interesting to note that, for example, even last night's strikes and this morning's strikes, that while Pakistan is undertaking large numbers of strikes, sending many drones, number of missiles, but failing largely to hit Indian targets, India in response is actually sending only a limited number of missiles or drones, but hitting its targets well. The way India has hit since last night 3 key military bases in Pakistan shows that Pakistan's air defenses are weaker compared to India's. That gives India an advantage. And I think India should press home that advantage, because Operation Sindoor needs to be taken to its logical conclusion in order to end the Pakistani military general's strategy of proxy warfare.
Marshal Bhatia, comment there on what Brahmachalani is saying there in terms of Pakistan running out of options at this stage.
You see, basically what Mr. Chalani was saying is that the Pakistani military dispensation has reached a stage where they are becoming desperate. And as we all know, they have lost, shall we say, their own standing in their own country. And I think all this is because they want to actually do a sort of a diversion. So it's a desperate kind of action from their side. I don't see any logic in all this and what they're trying to do. It doesn't make sense. But then you cannot expect any sense from them. As far as we are concerned, as we have done so far, and I feel that we should continue to do so, and that is act with restraint, but also give a befitting reply to everything that Pakistan is throwing at us. And so far it is being done. As you know, I'm reminded of 1971, more than 50 years ago, when we had attacked the newly discovered Shokot Road at that time, now called Rafiki Air Force Base, during the Indo-Pak War in 1971. And when I heard about the attacks being done, I was reminded of that particular event where we had done. We had done 3 attacks at that time, and we had actually taken a substantial haul of the Pakistani aircraft on the ground. But I must say that as far as we are concerned, our response must be absolutely, shall we say, measured and calibrated to make sure that we do not actually come into the way of their thing of escalating them. Why they are
Very
escalating
measured
it?
and responsible there. You're right about the fact that we've been measured, responsible, and we've only responded after Pakistan climbed up the escalation ladder. Finish your point, Air Marshal Bhatia, that you were making, sir.
What I'm trying to say is basically that we have to be very, very clear-headed about this whole thing, and we have to take no nonsense from them, and our response must be measured. But at the end of the day, Pakistani dispensation must realize that they are actually on a path of self-destruction. And if they want to pursue that, no matter what happens, and the way they are taking their country, as we all know, then perhaps we can help them, maybe in a clandestine way.
Okay. Pramod Chilani, the fact that in about half an hour's time, 30 minutes, there will be an important press conference that will take place where MEA will once again brief in terms of the developments of the day. The developments also include some important back-channel lines of communication, apart from also putting forth proofs about how Pakistan has been climbing up the escalation matrix so far. How do you see the kind of responses that have come in from the government, where they've been busting the Pakistani disinformation campaign also very effectively, very proactively?
I think this time the government's public diplomacy and its efforts to counter disinformation are much better than in the past. In the past, when India has mounted military campaigns, the government was rather slow. Now, for example, we are holding maybe even 2 briefings in a day, and we are prompt in countering disinformation, which is very good. Also, we have to factor in 2 other things that are weighing in our favor. One is the geopolitical environment in the world. It's very much in India's favor. If you look at the US, it criticized India for the 2016 surgical strikes. It criticized India for the 2019 Balakot strike. But this time, the Trump administration is effectively green-lighting India's military campaign. Look at what J.D. Vance said openly. He said, we don't want to interfere in this conflict. He has left the field open for India, and no major power other than China, which is a close ally of Pakistan, no major power has criticized India's military strikes. And then on top of that, we have, fortunately, national unity and national consensus in India that Pakistan needs to be taught a lesson. So it's very important for India to take its Operation Sindoor to its logical conclusion. If at this stage we allow Pakistan to de-escalate, I'm afraid that would leave Operation Sindoor inconclusive. If we don't press advantage now, we will not get such an opportunity later. It's time for India, after all, we have finally taken action after nearly 4 decades. So it's very important for us to be clear about what our end objective is. Our end objective should be to humiliate the Pakistani military establishment. That establishment has been oppressing its own people. If we leave it humiliated, it will face the wrath of the Pakistani people.
Okay. But I guess one of the core objectives has been, and all along for Operation Sindoor, about dismantling the terror infrastructure, something the government has been very clear about all along, that in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, it has been about the terror infrastructures that operated, that and they systematically focused only on those strikes. And to that extent, Marshal Bhatia, do you think the government's core objectives have been met in terms of Operation Sindoor, and now it is just about a measured and responsible response to what Pakistan is trying to do when it is the one who's escalating and going up the escalation ladder?
Exactly. You see, it is for Pakistan to realize that they are on a path of self-destruction, as I said earlier. They have to think about it and take necessary action. It is madness for them to carry on like this. As far as India is concerned, our aim is very, very clear that we shall not be victims of terrorism, and we should go after it. And as far as terrorism is concerned, we will not accept it. And it should be made very clear to Pakistan that enough is enough. We are not taking it anymore. At the same time, we must be absolutely clear in our minds that we do not want to get into a situation where we don't give them a little maneuvering space for them to back out. So if they want to back out or they want to be good neighbors, we can accept that. But at the same time, we must be very clear in our minds and tell them that we shall not accept any nuisance from them anymore in terms of terrorism attacks that come from their side.
I think India has been very, very clear in terms of its message, intent, and that's the reason why some of the press conference that took place today as well as yesterday, the government came out and gave all important proofs. Wing Commander Vyomika Singh as well as Colonel Qureshi have been very clear, giving out all those details. The pictures were also date stamped, pointing out not only was it busting Pakistani misinformation campaign, but also telling exactly what India has been doing and what Pakistan has been trying to do in terms of escalating this further. And all along, Operation Sindoor has been about avenging Pahalgam and destroying and dismantling the terror infrastructure and the terror apparatus that has been on Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. All right, on that note, I'm shifting focus and turning attention to some very important breaking news that's coming in right now as we speak. Viewers, US President Donald Trump has claimed a ceasefire. The India-Pakistan ceasefire that has been agreed upon is what US President Donald Trump has claimed. He's put that out on his social media account. We're putting that on your screens right now. On Truth Social, that is his social media platform, where he has said that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. That is what US President Donald Trump has said, a full, immediate ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Goes on to say that congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that is the first big announcement of a ceasefire has been claimed by US President Donald Trump, who's put this out right now on his platform, Truth Social, where he has said that India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire. That's the most important part, mediated by the US, that there is now going to be a full and immediate ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan climbed up the escalation matrix in the last 48 hours. India responded in a both measured and responsible manner. It busted the Pakistani misinformation campaign and at the same time said that it is going to respond proportionately. It will respond to Pakistan after it goes up the escalation matrix. But all along, India has been clear that Operation Sindoor was and is about dismantling the terror infrastructure on Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But now, as it climbed up the escalation matrix, India responded in a measured and responsible manner. But right now, the big breaking news that's coming in on your screens right now, viewers, if you're just tuning in, US President Donald Trump has claimed on his social media account that there is an immediate and full ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Remember, a couple of hours earlier, there was Marco Rubio, US Secretary of State, and acting National Security Advisor, who dialed up External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Let me quickly now get in my colleague Vishal Vivek, who's joining us live for this big news coming in as we speak. Vishal, extremely important, significant. Donald Trump announcing and claiming on his account immediate and full ceasefire.
Well, this is huge considering the fact that there had been several meetings in the last 48 to 72 hours between
So I'm going to come
US
back to you. Vishal, stay with us. I'm going to come back to you. Let me quickly first go across to my colleague Nikunj Garg, who's giving us all the details of this big breaking news that's coming in right now. Nikunj, extremely significant, full and immediate ceasefire being announced by US President Donald Trump for India and Pakistan.
Well, Gauri, it's extremely significant, no doubt about it. But we will have to wait and cautiously wait for the Indian government to react. And the story will be completed only and only when the Indian government announces from its side what is the contour of this deal that Mr. Trump is supposedly announcing. Currently, what we can inform to our viewers is only this, that American President Donald Trump has posted on his social media account. He has a particular social media account which is not on X, but he uses Truth Social, another platform, another social media platform. On that, Mr. Trump has posted that after very intense negotiations of yesterday, whole of night, India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. This is a claim that the American president is making. As I said, we can only confirm it to our viewers once we have an official version of Mr. Trump's claim in the form of a Government of India announcement, which is likely to happen during the press conference that is slated by the Government of India in some minutes from now. So in some minutes from now, probably around 20 odd minutes, if it all goes on time, we can have an announcement from the Government of India to this nature. However, for the want of that, we will continue to caution our viewers that Mr. Trump, the American president, has maintained on a social media account that he routinely uses that India and Pakistan have both agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. And this is what we are currently reporting, only reflecting for our viewers, as I reiterate, Mr. Trump's version without any word from the Government of India on this matter. And NDTV obviously will go per the Government of India's version when it comes fully, completely and totally. Therefore, as of now, the only piece of information that we can put out for our viewers under the given set of circumstances is that American President Mr. Donald Trump, in a sudden move, has announced on his social media handle that India and Pakistan, due to intense negotiations, we are also not saying due to American negotiations, but due to intense negotiations overnight, have decided that there will be a full and immediate ceasefire. And therefore, what we can say and what we can do at this point in time is to reflect the news as it comes in, and as that is what we are doing at NDTV. Gauri?
Absolutely, Nikunj. This is what we've been saying and reflecting as well, that this is a claim that has been made by US President Donald Trump about an immediate and full ceasefire. Details of this, contours of that are awaited and will be given by Government of India, that NDTV will continue to give to our viewers. And at this stage, that's all that we have right now, a claim by US President Donald Trump. He put out on his social media account, Truth Social. But in fact, there are also now updates coming in from several other US government handles, including that from Secretary of State as well. In fact, Marco Rubio's statement also coming in on platform X after the announcement that has been made by President Trump. You're right about the fact that it's a sudden announcement that's come in with no details, no contours whatsoever. But there's also an update that's come in from Secretary Marco Rubio, further to what President Trump has said, and we can put that out as well, which says that over the past 48 hours, Vice President Vance and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Minister Modi and Shahbaz Sharif, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and NSA Najib Doval and Asim Malik. And he says, Marco Rubio's account says that I'm pleased to announce the governments of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. This is what is being said by Secretary of State, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and then he goes on to say, we commend Prime Minister Modi and Sharif on their wisdom, prudence and statesmanship in choosing the path of peace. Again, this is an announcement made by the US, first the US President Donald Trump, and now, of course, further to that, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio. My colleague Vishnu Som also joins me on this.
Gauri, and just like that, it appears that this might just be the beginning of the end. It's almost unbelievable, the manner in which it escalated, and it is almost as unbelievable if it de-escalates in quite the manner that it has. For the benefit of our viewers who are just joining us, an entirely unexpected message on Truth Social, which is Donald Trump's social media site, where he said that, look, they have negotiated throughout the night, and on the basis of those negotiations, there will be an immediate ceasefire which takes place. I'm going to read out very briefly, and Gauri's already done that, but just for the benefit of our viewers joining us, the message of Trump: after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, in 16 minutes, sorry. 16 minutes from now, there'll be a press conference being addressed by the External Affairs Ministry. We do expect the Foreign Secretary of India to be there. We also will likely see those two spokespersons of the Air Force and the Army. It's been a day of hectic military activity between India and Pakistan. There have been any number of attacks which have come in. There have been any number of attacks which India has also done. But will we get clarity on this? Because this is when the entire world will be watching that press conference.
Yes.
Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, has also come out with the message. He commends Prime Minister Modi and the Pakistan Prime Minister. Gauri.
Indeed, and Vishnu, contours of that, what will be the details of this ceasefire, what all were the back-channel lines of communication that have led to this, all those are of course gaps that we are going to try and fill for our viewers in a credible, informed manner. But first, of course, has to be how this ceasefire will actually begin, what will be that broad contours.
I would like to bring in Shiv Arur at this stage. Shiv, it's almost, it's a sense of disbelief for me, because what we have been discussing through the day has been, are we headed to a path of escalation? Has there been armor which has been deployed forward? What do we mean by the statement of the colonel in the army who said that their soldiers have been pushed forward? Where are we heading? How much longer will Shiv stay in Srinagar? These were important issues that we were discussing, and now Donald Trump has evidently changed the course of history, and I can't think. It's wonderful that there will be no war. No one wants war. No one wants deaths. And if this happens in this manner, it would be remarkable. I'm still in a sense of disbelief. I'm processing this, Shiv. I don't know if to believe it or not, but what do you think?
Well, it's Trump, and since he's put it out in all his official accounts, I'm guessing it's true and it's not a joke. It is an authentic account. Truly a surreal few hours,
Shiv,
isn't it?
Interrupting you, breaking news coming in. Shiv, sorry, hold on, but don't go away. Ishaq Dar, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, on Twitter, Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity. This is a confirmed statement. Pakistan now out with a tweet where they have said that both our countries have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. We are moving beyond Trump and Marco Rubio to the Pakistani Foreign Minister. Shiv, carry on.
Absolutely surreal sequence of events. Ishaq Dar, the minister in Pakistan, the president of the United States, announcing a ceasefire, which we expect India to reflect at that press conference that's coming up in 10 minutes from now, Gauri and Vishnu. Just a few hours after India detailed all the air bases in Pakistan that it had struck with long-range, offensive weapons. This is as surreal as it gets, you're right. It seemed like things were escalating, but clearly clearly there were phone calls being made in the background between the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of India, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the foreign ministers of the two countries, and the national security advisors. He's also talked about the two countries discussing issues at a neutral site. I don't know what that means, because India would never agree to something like that unless Trump has something else up his sleeve. But after 3 days of frenetic, kinetic escalation, hour on hour, artillery, anti-tank guided missiles, short-range surface-to-surface ballistic missiles, S-400s, BrahMos, Scalp, Rafale, all of these, coming into a truly chaotic battlefield between the two countries. Suddenly on social media up pops this one tweet, which everyone instinctively first thought it was fake, but it turns out to be real. So it is Trump having announced that ceasefire. And I think today's press conference, where we were actually expecting more details about the escalation, is probably going to be India announcing that ceasefire as well.
Indeed. India is yet to announce that ceasefire, and we've got to wait for that final 12-odd minutes. But it's very important to announce that this announcement is coming in first, of course, the US President Donald Trump saying it, Marco Rubio, of course, following it up, and then, of course, the Pakistani side saying, Indian side will say that in just a bit as well. But I think, Vishnu...
We hope.
We hope,
We've got 12 minutes.
12 minutes till we confirm.
Has not made any statement so far. There is a press conference in scheduled 11 minutes.
6 o'clock, yes.
6 p.m. is when it's going to start. We really need to wait and see, what's going to happen, because it's remarkable. To me, Gauri, the most clear sign that we may be headed towards something substantive is that statement by the Pakistani foreign minister, who has said, and I quote, Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. He said this after Trump. He said this after Marco Rubio. Just this morning, we were talking about, dogfights in the skies, BrahMos missiles being fired, armor potentially being moved up, drone strikes. And now this evening, less than 24 hours later, Trump says, because that's where it started, Donald Trump says, it's over, it's done. Right? As simple as that. Now, if Trump has managed to right-size this conflict between two nuclear-armed neighbors, it has to be said that is truly something.
Indeed. And today also saw hectic diplomatic parleys, didn't it, Vishnu? There was calls between Marco Rubio and Dr. Jaishankar. Of course, he also spoke to the Pakistani General Asim Munir. Then there were other set of back-channel lines of communication that were activated through the day. Apart from the military side that you were mentioning, there were all these diplomatic parleys that also took place. Of course, the sudden announcement is yet to be announced by India. That is something we are yet to be waiting for.
We've got some more breaking news coming in. On sources, we can tell our viewers there has been the stoppage of fire.
Yes.
The stoppage of firing and military action between India and Pakistan has been worked out directly between India and Pakistan. The Director General of Military Operations from Pakistan initiated the call this afternoon, after which discussions took place and an understanding has been reached. This is an Indian reaction, albeit on sources. We expect this to be finalized. These are usually reliable sources. However, there is no decision to hold talks on any other issue at any other place. This is absolutely huge. This is on sources. 10 minutes from now, 9 minutes, there will be a press conference.
Confirmation will come in. Is when the official confirmation will come in, but this is source-based information that Vishnu was talking about. Remember, in fact, let's play out that Donald Trump Truth Social account information as well for our viewers to know what is the latest and how the sudden announcement actually came in. And we also have US Representative Ami Bera joining us live to talk more about this. Good to have you, sir, on the broadcast. Let me start by asking you your reactions to the sudden announcement that's been made by President Trump. India is yet to announce that officially. We are waiting for that. But as of now, we are going by President Trump's announcement of a full and immediate ceasefire.
Yeah, I think that's a good news. We certainly don't want to see an escalation. And if the firing of artillery has been halted, I think that's a positive sign. Obviously, we're waiting to hear from Prime Minister Modi. We're waiting to hear from the Indians and the Pakistani side. But I think if there's a ceasefire, then that creates some space for us to try to find a longer-term solution.
It's wonderful to have you actually on this program. The fact that the United States could get India and Pakistan to work through their differences in fairly record time, and it does appear that we are headed towards peace because we've now got an on-sources statement as well from those close to the government of India, I believe, saying that look, there has been a ceasefire which has been worked out. You see the Pakistan Foreign Minister react as well, Marco Rubio react as well, Donald Trump as well. The speed with which America worked this out, can you reflect on that?
You know, I think it's great that America has stayed in the game. Many of the questions I was taking yesterday was, what is America's role here? America's role is to be a mediator, to work with the Indians and Pakistanis. But I'm also happy that the Saudi foreign minister was in Pakistan yesterday. And, again, let's take this as an opportunity. Maybe we can find a longer-term solution for the line of control.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
That is an interesting point. Can we find a long-term solution for the line of control? Well, we'll get there.
I hope so.
You hope, all right? But
Okay,
perhaps that would be later. Carry on.
But we'll come to that in a bit. I want to first reflect the fact that, this was such a sudden announcement that has been made. Diplomatic parleys did take place in the last 12 hours or so. But what do you think could have been the kind of breakthroughs that led to this sudden announcement? Of course, we are still awaiting a formal reaction and announcement from India. Till then, we are going by, of course, what President Trump has just announced. What do you think were the kind of breakthroughs that led to this ceasefire being announced?
There's been a lot of back-channel conversations. As the senior Indian-American member in the United States Congress, we've been talking to the Indian government. We've been talking to others. And I know Secretary Rubio's been working nonstop. So, hopefully those back-channel conversations have led to this ceasefire. And again, can we do something longer term? It's also, wars are very expensive. This is not in Pakistan's interest to see an escalation. And with India, we're in the middle of a trade conversation. There's other things going on. So can we again find a longer term ceasefire, protect the civilians that live in Kashmir, but also then address some of the terror threats that come out of Pakistan?
All right. So on your screens right now, Mr. Bera, just be with us for a moment. We've seen the video of the press conference where it's going to take place right now. The big announcement, we hope. Let's wait and see. You mentioned an interesting point very briefly, Mr. Bera. How do you see this as a prelude to America working out a lasting peace between India and Pakistan? That would be my hope as an Indian American, that you take this ceasefire, but I think it will be America working with other countries. And in this case, I do think the Arab nations, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, have different lines of communication with Pakistan. All right, we're going to listen into what the Foreign Secretary is saying. Mr. Bera, sorry to interrupt you.
There will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
We expected there to be those military officers. Nothing. It was what, 5 or 6 lines?
Yeah. Let's play that out again. In fact, let's play that out again.
We are recueing that bite. In the meanwhile, what he has said is that 5 p.m., it's 5:56, 56 minutes back, is when this came into place. Pakistan initiated the conversation. It was directed to the Indian Director General of Military Operations. They have agreed to a ceasefire, and that ceasefire implies no action by land, air, or by sea. That is a huge step after a direct involvement of the US President Donald Trump's team, who negotiated through the night, got India and Pakistan to reach a peace agreement. It is utterly unexpected in terms of the timing, but there we are, Donald Trump tweeting a little while back. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. We're going to play out that bite. Let's bring it back up. Gauri, you had a point.
Yes, indeed. As brief as it gets, the fact that direct talks took place between India and Pakistan, in a brief conversation, it was just announced. I want to play out that soundbite once again. We come back and talk more on that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have a very brief statement to make. Following that, as you know, there will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
All right. 1700 hours is when the stoppage of hostilities kicked in. Aishwarya joins us live for more on that. Aishwarya, a very brief, important announcement made by the government confirming what President Trump said and announced, that there is now an immediate and full ceasefire between India and Pakistan.
Well, from 1700 hours today, there will be ceasefire. That's the big announcement made. It was at 15:35 hours when, both from India and Pakistan, the DGMO level talks were conducted, and it was decided that there will be complete ceasefire on land, sea and air. Of course, there were several talks between the United States and India. Although this has been made very clear on India's part that it is that they had made it clear that if in the near future there would be any sort of terror activity on the Indian soil, then that will be considered as an war as well. So a warning along with the decision that has been taken both by India and Pakistan.
All right, absolutely huge, these developments. In a statement lasting all of 30 seconds, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has announced that it is over. The ceasefire, the immediate stoppage of firing exactly 1 hour ago is when it started. No firing by land, air or by sea. This is something which has been directly mediated by America. It's been announced by Donald Trump. It's been followed up by the Secretary of State. The Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan have spoken. The Pakistani general called up his Indian counterpart. They agreed to the terms of the ceasefire from a military standpoint. And I think shortly after that, Pakistan's foreign minister then tweeted. And now we've got our foreign secretary, all really fast. It's all happened, what, in the last half an hour?
Half an hour.
It took half an hour for
Actually, less than that, for everything to sort of come into place.
Everything came into place.
Yes.
The full announcement. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm terribly excited at the prospect of peace.
But peace is what we want.
I do hope it lasts.
Peace is what we want.
Because at one level, as journalists, we are deeply pessimistic when it comes to India and Pakistan. We've seen Pakistan break promises so many times in the past. We've spent our lives under the scourge of terrorism. But the last thing anybody needed was a war. If this actually brings peace, then it is deeply welcome. But ultimately, can Pakistan be trusted? Perhaps we could have that conversation later. But for now, there is a peace in a situation when this was spiraling potentially out of control. Do we have Shiv Arur with us? Shiv, your thoughts at this huge development. In 30 minutes, series of declarations, and it seems it's over, the war. The near war.
So the indications coming in from what the Foreign Secretary has said, Vishnu, appear to suggest that about 12 to 13 hours after India struck all those air bases in Pakistan, I'm just giving a timeline, this is not a reasoning, but 12 hours after India struck those, a phone call was made from the Pakistani side. The DGMO called India's DGMO. An understanding was reached that the two sides would stop firing with immediate effect from about 5 p.m. today, and that's how it worked. Now, how Trump actually plugs into all of this is probably actually getting the DGMOs, to over the sound of all those weapons, actually make that hotline phone call to each other. Now, remember that just before this ceasefire announcement happened from Trump's side, Gauri and Vishnu, remember that there were indications from the government, at the highest levels of the government, that India is changing its rules of engagement and that all terror attacks from Pakistan will now be seen as acts of war, indicating that India is changing the paradigm of retribution, and that if there are terror attacks from Pakistan's side, then immediate response from India will be military strikes against military establishments and military targets, not just against launch pads and terror training camps, etc. So that was an important little modification, I think, that prefixed what could have been some kind of an off-ramp here with the announcement of peace. I think it's a good thing that there isn't going to be a full-scale war. Nobody wanted that, but India, I think, was in a position of power and advantage. It was the Pakistani DGMO who called after all of their premier military bases came under attack from India, which held that kind of advantage, I'm guessing, even though there was, of course, this frenetic crossfire of combat requesting this ceasefire. I'm not saying that there was a power game going on, but these subtle rhythms when it comes to conflict are very, very important, because it gives you a sense of, who asked for the ceasefire, how it came into effect, who was overseeing it, was there an intermediary? We know that was Trump, but 5 o'clock onwards, just 12 hours after their bases were being attacked, and I agree with what you said, Vishnu, what a surreal day.
Indeed, what a surreal day, and very quickly all of this came together, and a very brief announcement that has been made by the Foreign Secretary, by India, in terms of ceasefire. Details of that in terms of how it will now unwind is something probably, Shiv, you can help us understand, given the fact that it happened so quickly. But what will be the process of ensuring that normalcy returns and, we move back towards that normalcy phase?
And sorry to interrupt, but Shiv, just 12 hours ago, you were jumping around because there were explosions around you. And over here, we're talking about, peace. Sorry, Gauri, but it's just unreal.
It's incredible. I agree with you, because, what was happening was real. It cannot be ignored. There was genuine combat going on. There was, genuine kinetic action between the two countries, some of it quite destructive, on the Pakistani side. But amidst all the noise of the combat, it is quite surreal to imagine that there were these back-channel talks actually going on. Remember, a couple of days ago, there was talk of the two NSAs speaking. The Foreign Secretary kind of fobbed that off and said, he has no information about it. Now it's seeming like those conversations probably were happening between the two sides, maybe with the Trump administration as some kind of an intermediary or a kind of, amalgamator to bring these two sides together, even while they're firing all these missiles. So the military action was happening on the one side, but these talks, or at least these feelers, were taking place and evolving on the other side is actually incredible to me, and gives you a sense of what conflict can really all be about. Geopolitics plays a big role here. We've had so much to comment on the role that the United States and its leaders have been playing in, how this entire thing has panned out. Even Trump's statement announcing this ceasefire, which broke first on NDTV, Gauri and Vishnu, even there he says, great amount of intelligence has been shown by Pakistan and India. In his usual patronizing way, Trump says, I'm glad these two people have shown intelligence, which once again is that annoying equidistancing that we're seeing from Western leaders about a situation when it all started with Pakistani terror against India. So let's never ever lose sight of the fact that this all started with the murder of 26 innocent tourists in Pahalgam, and it may have ended now just short on the threshold of a full-scale war, and we must commend our diplomatic machinery and our military and our political leadership for putting the kind of pressure on the system in Pakistan that they needed to pick up a phone call and ask for a ceasefire. No matter what the circumstances, whoever picks up the phone first is the person who needs that ceasefire more. And I think India has made a point by changing the paradigm of combat, targeting military installations directly, including in Rawalpindi. Let's never forget that. I don't think there's any doubt, Vishnu, and I agree with you. This is going into the history books. On a day when, you know, a scalp probably landed in Rawalpindi, the two countries have announced a ceasefire.
You know, I'm going to continue with that train of thought because it's fairly remarkable. And I think we also need to reflect perhaps on what India has achieved at the end of all of this. The horrific Pahalgam terror attack took place. India launched military strikes into Pakistan. We hit Bahawalpur, we hit Muridke, we knocked out the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, an important training center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. We eliminated a large number of terrorists who were directly responsible for 26/11. We noticed and we have evidence of the fact that at the funeral of some of these terrorists, there were Pakistani officials present over there. That goes to prove that they continue to endorse terrorist leaders. We then had to face the brunt of Pakistan's military onslaught. Our armed forces did take that on. We'll get the full details of what exactly happened over the next few days. But India then hit back. India hit back, attacking 7 airfields or facilities, all military targets, unlike Pakistan, which was hitting civilian targets as well. And the damage caused in some of the Pakistani airfields was fairly severe. At some stage during the day, at a time when Pakistan continued with its counter-military operations, the talks actually resulted in something which fructified into the Pakistani Director General of Operations calling up his Indian counterpart and them agreeing that, look, let's put an end to it right now.
Indeed, that's exactly how it unfolded. And in fact, there's some breaking news that's coming in on our screens. Of course, the Foreign Secretary said that the next talks would take place on 12th of May. We're going to come to that in just a bit, address that bit in just a bit. But Vishnu, what you were saying in terms of how it unfolded in the last 48 hours, how it went up on the escalation metrics, how India busted some of the Pakistani misinformation campaign, how it also, for the first time, in fact, in recent times, we had our US envoys reaching out and telling exactly what was happening in terms of the Pakistani disinformation campaign that was happening. Our UK High Commissioner went out and said exactly what Pakistan was doing. All that also put into place the perfect strategy that India worked at so many levels, whether it was the diplomatic, the military, the economic, all of it coming together, which is what, of course, culminated into a very sudden ceasefire that was announced about 35 minutes back.
The little detail we have is that at 15:30, the Director General of Military Operations had their conversation, and at 5 p.m., 3:30 they had the conversation, 5 p.m. there was a ceasefire, 1.5 hours later. Now, what we also know is that there is going to be a press conference by the Armed Forces representatives, the Colonel in the Army, the Wing Commander in the Air Force. That's going to happen anytime soon. We've got somebody on the phone line at this stage. Who do we have? Sunil Prabhu joins us at this stage. Sunil, we expect a military briefing now, right?
That's right. And just to give you, Vishnu, the perspective, because we were there at the as the Foreign Secretary came to brief. This was, of course, after already the announcement had been made by US President Donald Trump, as well as the Pakistan Deputy Foreign Minister. It was a brief, short message that India wanted to send. One, that the Pakistan Director General Military Operations had called his counterpart, and that they have decided to cease at 5 o'clock this evening, effective from both land, sea and air, all military operations. This comes in the backdrop, of course, and we must inform our viewers of the United States call, the US Secretary of State to the General of the Pakistan Army, where it made very clear, and you have to read that statement very clearly. It was between the lines that, Pakistan has to understand the implications of what they are doing. And I must add what we have been told by sources, that the Indian Air Force was very determined to send a loud and clear message about how we can also retaliate in the manner in which is befitting. And I think finally diplomacy on both sides, and in particular, of course, the Pakistan making that first move of speaking to its counterpart. They will speak again on the 12th in 2 days' time, after 48 hours, at 12 hours, to take a stock of the situation as it evolves as of now. So that's the input we have, and the Ministry of Defense briefing is expected to start shortly.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking developments through the day. Aishwarya, in the morning we were speaking to you when you were covering the Prime Minister's meeting with the National Security Advisor, the Armed Forces Chiefs, the National Security Advisor, whoever else. And the sense at that stage, Aishwarya, just a few hours back, was that who knows how long this is going to go. They would perhaps have been finalizing the next steps in case Pakistan escalated further. And here you are now. Where are you? Outside Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan at a time when there's peace. How remarkable is that?
Well, that's the biggest breaking news of the hour as far as India and Pakistan's decision is concerned. But we have to read between the lines as well. The MEA sources have stated that it was the Pakistani DGMO who initiated the call at 15:35 hours. And it was decided by both the sides that the ceasefire will be from 1700 hours. The Government of India sources have indicated earlier to us that if there would be any terror attack on the Indian soil, then that will be considered as an act of war. A warning that was straightly given to the Pakistani side that there will be no tolerance. There is a straight line drawn between between India and Pakistan. Lastly, there is no decision to hold talks on any other issue at any other place is something that has also been clarified by the government as far as their briefing is concerned. But it has all unfolded. Within 48 hours, the United States intervened. They made a phone call, and finally, the Pakistan had come out. Of course, the details of how the operation went on. We were, speaking in the morning. There were explosions that were heard in Srinagar and in the Rajouri, Jammu, Poonch region as well. But certainly, it was all going simultaneously when the diplomatic talks was going on between India and Pakistan, and finally, they came to a decision. How it went, how it unfolded is the answers that, of course, operationally the Ministry of Defence will get into. But remember, in the last few press conferences of the government that briefed, it had clearly stated that how Pakistan had used the civilian airlines to guard them in a situation of the drone and missile attack by them. There had been numerous occasions when Pakistani side had used fake propaganda. They had, their Pakistani military base had given a cover fire for the terrorists to infiltrate into the country as well. So all of these things India will not forget. But how much we can trust the Pakistani side is a bigger question. How long this will go. Remember, the last word that had come out from the MEA is that the next talks will be on May 12th. Till then, there would be, of course, high alerts on both the sides, and the government would be keeping a close eye as to the decision of both the sides, whether that will be implemented and firmly be accepted by both the on the side of Pakistan or not, because India was making it very clear that we were just retaliating to what Pakistan armed forces were doing. We were not in attacking position, and it was just a response that was given to the Pakistani armed forces who tried to attack Indian civilians.
We've got a statement from the Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. India and Pakistan, we've got it on. We've got on tape.
We're putting that out right now.
We're putting that out. Yes, India and Pakistan have today worked out an understanding on the stoppage of firing and military action. India has consistently maintained a firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. It will continue to do so. So we aren't, our ideals, our principles, our fight against terrorism remains, right? So that's what the message is. So nothing changes. It's back to, in a sense, the status quo. One hopes that status quo is one where there is no terror from Pakistan. We'll have to wait and see what happens. For now,
and I think that's the most important messaging, isn't it, Vishnu? Where it clearly says, Dr. Jaishankar says, the stoppage of firing and military action, but the firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism stays. So when it comes to the very premise with which we actually started this, which was stance against terrorism, firm and uncompromising, that remains. It's about stoppage of these hostilities. Yeah.
I just slightly, I don't know if I disagree is the word with you, but the thing is that this is clearer than what a lot of people would have suggested is something that constitutes a statement of where both sides have said, okay, we are ending this. Normally there are conditions. Condition A, condition B, time A, time C, if this, if that, nothing. They've ended it over here.
Absolutely.
Right?
There are no conditions, there are no ifs and
principles and they've ended it.
That's correct.
The reason you see that frame on your screen is because there is going to be a press conference by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Qureshi in a little while from now. It's been a day where there has been intense military fighting between India and Pakistan. It's unbelievable that we are talking about peace, because we've all been talking about who's going to be working through the night to stay awake and report the news as it comes in,
yes,
of what may well have been another night of attacks with people, innocents, being hurt and potentially killed.
Absolutely.
But will we have a safe night for millions of citizens in India tonight? That is our primary concern, and hopefully on the basis of what we are reading, because it is fairly clear and lucid, that may be the case.
Indeed. Commodore Raghuvar Nair would also be joining from the Indian Navy for this very important press conference. And in fact, let me go back to Shiv. And this is a question I'm asking, that, if the ceasefire started at 5 p.m., it's 6:20. It means it's already been about 100 minutes since the ceasefire is in place. You've been reporting every aspect of this Operation Sindoor since the very beginning. Shiv, explain to us now that we are, what has changed in the last 100 minutes or so on ground, if you can spot that, anything that you can tell us that will add to our understanding?
Gauri, as Vishnu and I will attest, when a ceasefire takes place, the message radiates out to all offensive units almost instantaneously. It's been a fairly quiet day on the line of control. There would have already been a sense that, these talks are happening, and, let's hold it for a few hours until we get some clarity on that. Military commanders would have been on the loop on that. The last kind of explosion, if I can call it that we heard, was towards the around noon. So it's been a quiet day after what was actually a kind of dramatic morning here in Srinagar, as Vishnu was saying, with drone interception and the explosions while we were reporting. But the actual conversation between the two DGMOs taking place at about 3:35, agreeing that about 90 minutes later the ceasefire would happen, is something that would have radiated out to all units very, very quickly. There was already, it wasn't like it was in the middle of frenetic action, because that had happened in the earlier part of the day, and therefore it was like a stand-down order to all units, which would have gone out quite instantaneously and wouldn't have been hard to actually execute. Now, after 3 days of very, very high-octane, high-voltage, high-energy combat involving sophisticated weapons, aircraft, drones, which have already changed the the battlefield and the paradigm of warfare between India and Pakistan. They've never used offensive drones or armed drones against each other. This was the first time. So the world, as it were, Gauri, between India and Pakistan has changed, dramatically in the last 72 hours since the beginning of Operation Sindoor. And I think this ceasefire coming so abruptly, catching everyone off guard, is a very good thing. But once again, I repeat, we must never lose sight of the fact that India and Pakistan are not equals. Trump's comment and statement may make it seem like, they're both sensible leaders and they've decided to do so. But Pakistan is not India. We are not equals. Pakistan needed this ceasefire more than India did. If you look at the rhythm of combat that was taking place over the last 36 hours, multiple swarms of drones attacking India's population centers, mostly failed. Indian attacks on military bases in the Pakistan, all of them nearly succeeded, and therefore this was lopsided in many ways. War is a serious business. It's never black and white. It's a grey. There are many, many shades of grey, and having fierce views one way or the other can never be reality. But I think it's important to acknowledge what India has achieved here, and that it was Pakistan that initiated the talks that have led to this very, very important and very, very welcome ceasefire.
Just to touch a note of caution, not just for all our viewers, but I concede, given my excitement for myself, our forces right now will remain on edge. They will be watching out for everything that the Pakistanis do. Will there be the Pakistanis pulling back their forces? Will the Air Force of Pakistan stand down? Will there be fighter jets having combat air patrols, or will that not take place today? Our soldiers on their bunkers or in their bunkers and outside along the line of control will be wary. There has been extensive artillery shelling for the last few days. Will that indeed come to a halt? What if there is a random instance of firing taking place? What does that actually imply? This is a night which will require very firm and very strong leadership, where you need resolve to ensure that the agreement which has been arrived at is something that is fully implemented and it does stick. We don't want random stray incidents somewhere along the IB by India or by Pakistan to potentially bring an end to the peace which we now see in front of us.
Absolutely, and I think that is the most important part, given the fact that trust deficit is one of the key issues when it comes to India-Pakistan. Ensuring that this stays is going to be equally challenging. In fact, more breaking news coming in as we speak, which is that Prime Minister Modi has met National Security Advisor Ajit Doval after this very important announcement that's come in. And I think some of those conversations and some of those points that you were making, Vishnu, is something that the government would be extremely seized of in terms of what will be the next 24 to 48 hours after the announcement of ceasefire, given the fact, as that we are pointing out, that trust deficit is one of the big issues when it comes to Pakistan, which is why there will not be a sudden unwinding when it comes to the preparedness that was there for the military preparedness that is there for India.
Gauri, you know, I've got the statement by the Foreign Secretary, which we heard. It's 4 very short paragraphs. The 4th paragraph is just 3 lines of 4 words each. And, you know, it's a 30-second read. And it's sort of the Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35. That's 3:35 p.m. earlier today. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours. That's 5 p.m. Today, like right now. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to the understanding. That's the key line over here. That the forces on both sides have been told, stand down. That's something that needs to percolate down the chain. It's not always easy in the heat of battle. That can take time. But the instructions have been given to both sides, stand down. The Director Generals of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 12 p.m. So that's the next conversation. They would, I'm certain, Gauri, be looking at whether that ceasefire is truly, well and truly taking place, if there are any violations.
I think that's what they will take stock of on the 12th of May. Until then, of course, everybody from top down has been told that they need to, of course, now implement this ceasefire. On your screens, viewers, if you're just tuning in right now, are the images of briefing that will take place by the Defence Ministry very shortly. The 3 representatives, along with Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Colonel Qureshi, there will also be Indian Navy being represented there. And that, of course, will give details.
Will there be somebody from the Navy? Because if that is the case, that would be a first. And that would sort of suggest that the Indian Navy was involved. There's a big confusion on whether they were.
Of course. That remains
so,
to be
Gauri,
seen.
do you know something which Shiv and I don't at this stage?
I'm just going by...
Are you suggesting that there's going to be an Indian Navy representative?
No. I'm just saying that there's a Ministry of Defence briefing that will take place. Details of that will be known only then. And even...
I'm surprised it's not started so far. Yeah. Perhaps they're toning down a lot of what they might actually say. But let's go back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, there's that important briefing by the Defence Ministry very shortly. What are you hearing? Any details that you can share from your government sources?
You know, the agenda of this meeting is, of course, Operation Sindoor. As Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, after the all-party meeting, stated that Operation Sindoor is ongoing, and these were the phases of Operation Sindoor. And after that, of course, a diplomatic channel that was opened. Pak DGMO initiated the talks. But important thing to note over here, Government of India is always on a line that terror and talks will not go hand in hand. Terror should be stopped. Terrorism will not be tolerated at all on the Indian soil, and that too with Pak-sponsored terror. And that's the line that India has drawn, very straight, clear, crystal with Pakistani side. Of course, the DGMO level talks will happen on 12th May at 1200 hours, but it is, of course, Indian side, the Indian Armed Forces, who will keep a close eye on the international border along with the line of control as well, as you know, the Pakistani side cannot be trusted with what has been witnessed in the last few
जम्मू कश्मीर और बाकी इलाकों में कायम किया। अब मौजूदा जम्मू कश्मीर की हुकूमत की अब जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि जहाँ जहाँ नुकसान हुआ है, नुकसान का हम मुआयना करें, असेसमेंट करें डैमेज, और उस नुकसान का जो है लोगों को हम रिलीफ पहुंचाना शुरू करें। जहाँ जहाँ लोग ज़ख्मी हैं उनका ठीक तरह से इलाज हो, उन्हें भी गवर्नमेंट स्कीम के तहत रिलीफ मिले। और जैसे आज सुबह ऐलान हुआ है, जहाँ जहाँ कीमती जानें गई हैं उन लोगों को हम वापस नहीं ला सकते, लेकिन कम से कम उनके गम में शरीक होके उन घरों को हम थोड़ा सा रिलीफ पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे।
उमर साहब, आज आप जम्मू में तो आफ्टर मार्च जो अब सीज फायर का है, व्हाट्स योर प्लान?
अब नुकसान बहुत हुआ है। नुकसान जम्मू शहर में हुआ है, लेकिन जम्मू शहर से बाहर अगर हम बात करें, पुंछ शहर को बहुत ज़्यादा जो है डेवस्टेट किया हुआ है। कल रात को रजौरी में बहुत नुकसान हुआ। टंगधार पहले दिन से